at the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Forestry and Fisheries from the National Assembly, that's Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. We are here to conduct public hearings with your good selves on the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill. And I must say up front, you are the last area we are, this Garden Road district, you are the last province we are visiting as parliament. We have visited all the other 8 provinces, and we are ending here today with your good selves. Can I see a show of hands of colleagues who are coming from Naisna in the meeting? Just hands first. Okay. And Bito? It's the whole. And then George? Kanaland? Asikwa? Esekwa? Esekwa? No one. Muscle boy? Okay, they were there yesterday. Muscle boy? Okay, Otson? Warren. Warren. Okay. Thank you so much. I think it's a fair representation. And the reason you saw us seated here, we thought there would be your leaders joining us here. Seemingly, there's no one from the leadership of all this area that I've mentioned, but it's not a train smash. We are here, we are your public representatives, and we'll be able to do what we are here for. Having said that, this is how our agenda looks like. We are going to have an opening that I will handle, but we normally do that through a national anthem. And then we will welcome you for coming. That I've already done, if I'm not mistaken, but I'll do it properly again. Then I'll ask my colleague, one of my colleagues, to do the overview on the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill and the purpose of these public hearings. Then we'll deal with the procedures to be followed in making the oral written submission. And then today is your day. We are here to hear you. You should be the ones that should make submissions to us. But on the bill, as a belief talk. But we don't deter you from raising other issues as long as you stick to the time that you'll be allocated to speak on matters. And then we'll have to close and have the way forward. So this is a brief, short program that I have. So I want to check people who speak Afrikaans before we start, who need interpretation services for Afrikaans. All of you, you need an Afrikaans interpreter. Is there any other language? English and Xhosa? Let's see, let me see the English speaking. Okay, and then Afrikaans? Almal. So we must just switch now to Afrikaans and Praat Afrikaans, eh? Yeah. Okay. And there's Xhosa speaking people as well? Where are you? Oh, thank you. Okay. Then we sorted. Can we then all rise so that we sing our national anthem? Can we be led?
It's
Thank you so much, and I'm loving the vibe. I think I'm loving the vibe. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, we need to start our. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you. I know today it's a Sunday. There are so many competing issues that you need to attend to, especially it being a Sunday. And I see you are all here in numbers. For us as the portfolio committee, we don't take this for granted.
Ik wil die geleentheid maken van hierdie omgeving, van hierdie tijd om allemaal te verwelkomen hier. Allemaal wat hier is vandaag is verwelkom. Volop thuis. Is verstand vandaag is een baie bezige dag. En zondag van ons moest in die kerk geweest zijn op verschillende aangelegenheden. Maar ons is verkies om hier te wees. Ons is baie dankbaar daarvan.
And then I see there's a lot of the leadership of the Khoisan community in our midst.
Ik heb ook opgemerkt dat baie van die leiders van die Khoisan gemeenschap
Ndiyaqaphela into yoba ke sinazo neenkosi eziphuma kolu hlanga lwamakhoyisani eziphakathi kwethu namhlanje.
Yeah, I've been given a list of all of you. You are here in numbers.
Ons het 'n lys van almal wat die leiers is hier by ons.
Ndiye ke ndanikwa uluhlu lwenu ndiyanibona nikhona ngokwamanani enu.
Can I then acknowledge the leadership of the Khoisan community called the Uri Malas Hais Hukekral Pakalstorp?
Dis die leier wat nog genoem is.
Nanjengoba sechaziwe ke ukumkani
Can you
uyacela
just
uba
raise your hand
aphakamisa isandla
so that
azibonakalise.
we see you?
Kan die genoemde leier sy hand opstaan dat die mense kan die leier kan sien?
And then I'm told this H. Namasakuna.
Daar is.
There she
Daar
is.
Nanko ke ukumkanikazi.
And there's Uri Makais.
Otenikwa.
Can you repeat it again? Yes. Wokekral.
Otenikas.
Thank you for that. And then can I get see John Sower? Sower?
Zoa.
Uzowa.
Ja.
Zower.
That's
Oh.
what is funny from the Karanas.
And Nikki John? Okay.
That's
And
it.
then Hans Julis? Sarel? Oh. And then Grecha Branders? And Uste Branders? Branderes. Banders. But that's the way it's written here. I think let me allow you to do it. When?
Okay, which ones? You've done this? Yeah. Must I do the ones at the top? Okay.
My apologies, I come from Zimbabwe, so I can't pronounce.
Verskoon my met my uitspreking
Which
fokus
one-
van die Zimbabwe side.
Which ones must
Naw
I do?
ndixolela ke ngokuba ndingakhange ndikwazi uwabiza kakuhle ngokolwimi amagama la.
Kaitis. Vivian Sidwell Boyson. Wait. That's the wrong ones. You give me the wrong ones. Johannes Everts.
I say
Johannes Weyers. Jan Julius. Paramount Chief Patrick Plaatjes. Was it die Patrick Plaatjes? Leroy Galant. Johannes Arendse. Leo Arnolds. Shalanga, Michael Geisman. Which one? All right. Okay. Okay, Fanny Korana. Fanny Korana's son, Royal Traditional House of Kanaland. Vice President Reginald Johannes. Senior Headman Malcolm Lewis. Senior Headman Alfred November. Headwoman Takara April. Headwoman Nicolene Parson. Headwoman Fiona Philander. Peter Municipality Traditional Healers. Gogo. Which one is this?
Which Mama? Bashle. What's
Who writes so funny?
Bashle.
Pasloele. My apologies, someone writes funny. Gogon Damase.
Nobenza bemdedele. Yeah, gogo nobenza bemdedele.
Gogo Nabenza Bem Delele. Okay, all right, which one next? Okay. Okay, King Kona Cornelius Bota Kona Hesakwa Kwe Royal Kingdom. Queen Koma Geraldine Bota Kona Hesakwa Royal Kingdom. Lady Denise Andries from the Kona Hesakwa Hesakwe Royal Kingdom.
Chief Ben Clegg. I think so, it's Clegg.
Chief Ben from the Neisner Rode Kraal. Chief Eben Passon. Huab John November Kamkatwe. John November.
Yeah, November.
Huab Rian Jefter. Okay. The last, Vivian from the Kane Aboriginal Busman House, Africa continent, Vivian Sidwell Boyson. Isaac Jacobs. Norman Faro. Lionel Iso. Guido Nathan. Had Goliath. Elder David Reites. Senior Paramount Chief Hermanus Baikis. Gabriel Goliath. David Boyson. Gregwin Lewis. Die Hogekraal van Pakkelsdorp. Ngamsa Kwena. Greet us. Guys. Jonas Sauer. Okay. Nick, June, Hans, Julius, Sarah, Greg, Brandus, oudste Brandus, Baie dankie.
I hope it's right. I hope it's right. Though that was not fair enough. Ne? Thank you, Honorable person. We want to acknowledge all of you and thank you for coming, including all the other fire users. We know we've seen the working on fire team is here. All of you farmers, you are here, and all the residents of all these municipalities, as I've said earlier. I was trying to recognize all of you. You are all welcome. We want to thank you for coming, as I've said earlier. Then I want to introduce my team. I'll start from the one who was reading your names properly. Then I do. It's Honorable person. He's from here in the Western Cape. He's a member of the committee. He's having it nice today. Then I can see that. Then Honorable Gancho, she's from the Eastern Cape. She's a member of the Portfolio Committee on Environment as well. And then Honorable Mdise is from Gauteng. He's the whip of the committee. Also a member of this committee as well.
Like this.
And then I want to introduce Honorable Bryant. He's also from here in the Western Cape, a member of this committee.
Good morning.
And then my name is Faith Mutambi. I'm the chairperson of the committee, coming from Limpopo, hence I say I come from Zimbabwe South. You are too far. You're at the end. I'm at the end of South Africa as well. You'll understand why I can't pronounce your name, and I want to apologize for that. That's why I had to hand over to Honorable person to deal with that, because at some point we know people get offended when you don't pronounce their names properly. And I want to profusely apologize for that. Maybe one of the leaders must give me a sight and I'll learn the language quicker. Then, having said that, I want, we are here today to hear your views.
Silapha ke namhlanje ukuzova izimvo zenu ngalomthetho usayilwayo.
Ons is hier vandag om te kom luister na u siening rondom die wet.
We want you to hear your views on the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill.
Sifuna ke ukuva izimvo zenu ngalomthetho usayilwayo iNational Veld and Fire Forest Amendment Bill. Bill 21 of 2021, Bill 24 of 2021.
Ons wil graag luister en hoor wat is u siening oor die wet wat gereël word, die nasionale veld- en bosbrande wet.
After my colleague Honorable Bryant has dealt with the overview of the bill,
Ohloniphekileyo ke ka Bryant uye wasikrobisa ke wasinika amagqabantshintshi ale bill.
Ons was inligting gegee van die wet, ons was die inligting gegee sover.
then I want you to feel free
Ndifuna ke nikhululeke nithi zava nizive nisekhaya nikhulule ibhatyi.
Today is your day.
Lusuku lwenu namhlanje.
Wees gemag, u is thuis, dit is vandag u dag, ons is hier om te luister na alle sienings wat u het.
We've just come here to hear your views.
Size apha sizokumamela nina.
Ons is hier om te kom luister na u siening.
Because the laws of this country require us as parliament to come down to you when we enact laws.
Umgaqo siseko woMzantsi Afrika uyasigunyazisa singamalungu eParlamente ukuba xa siyila imithetho size sizokuva izimvo zoluntu.
In ons nuwe land verlang die wet ons, as daar 'n wet gaan gereël word, dan moet ons na die mense kom, dan moet ons luister na wat is die siening van die mense omtrent hierdie wet.
So I think it's very important that you made your voice to be heard, because this is what the Constitution dictates, that whenever we pass law as legislators, we need to get our people's views and comments on the bill.
Kubalulekile into yoba ke izimvo zenu sizive zivakale kuba kaloku umgaqo siseko ugunyazisa into yoba sibe nentatho inxaxheba yabantu phambi kokuba umthetho siwupasise eParlamente.
Dit is baie belangrik dat u ook moet deelneem, want enige wet wat ons gaan maak in ons land, moet ons eers luister na die mense, die siening van die mense moet ook gehoor word.
So I think we're on the same page.
Ndiyacinga uba inoba noko sihamba kunye.
Ek dink ons is op 'n selfde bladsy, ons loop almal nog saam.
And then I want to hand over to my colleague, Honorable Bryant, to share with you the overview of this National Field and Forest Fire Amendment Bill, including the purpose.
Ndizothi ke ndinikele ohloniphekileyo okaBright asinike amagqabantshintshi ale bill.
Ek gaan oorhandig aan julle ware brein dat hy vir ons wie sê 'n inleiding gee van die wet wat gereël word.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and welcome again to everybody. Thank you to all of you for coming out on a Sunday.
Enkosi kakhulu sihlalo ndifuna ke ukunamkela ndinibulele kakhulu ngokuba nithathe ithuba lenu lokuba nibe nizohlomla apha ngale mini yangecawe.
Baie dankie voorsitter, baie dankie aan u almal. Ek moet vir u sê ek is baie dankbaar dat u op 'n Sondagoggend hier is almal om deel kom neem.
Undertaking public hearings is a way of us showing that Parliament is not belonging to us as public reps, it belongs to you, the people, it's your house.
Ngokuqhuba ngohlobo ke njengamalungu eParlamente siza ukunibonisa into ba iParlamente ayoyethu kodwa ke iParlamente liqonga apho abemi boMzantsi Afrika kufuneka bavakalise ezabo izimvo kwimithetho eyilwa iParlamente.
Parlement is nie vir ons lede van parlement nie. Ons moet dagelijks afkom na die mense, luister na die mense en sien wat is die siening van die mense, van wat aangaan tussen die mense.
So today we're going to be considering a piece of upcoming legislation, which is the Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill, and that is dealing with amendments to the current Veld and Forest Fire Act.
So ke namhlanje sizokujongana ke nale bill okanye lo mthetho usayilwayo i-National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill ozothi ke unike izihlomelo kula mthetho wakuqala.
Ons is vandag hier om te luister, u siening van die mense, omtrent die wysigings op die wet van die Nasionale Veld en Bosberaad.
This committee has been throughout the whole of South Africa over the past 6 months to 8 different provinces, and this is the very last province, and you are the very last public hearing that we are undertaking.
Kwezi nyanga zintandathu ke le committee nibone phambi kwenu iye yahamba mbombo zone zelilizwe isiya ke kumaphondo ngamaphondo silapha ke namhlanje ngumjikelo lo wokugqibela siyikomiti sizokumamela nina nivakalise izimvo ngalo mthetho usayilwayo sesuchazile.
Afgelope tydperk was hierdie komitee by alle gedeelte van ons land in alle 8 provinsies en ons is vandag hier tussen u by die 9de provinsie om te luister na die siening van die mense hier omtrent hierdie wet.
So there are effectively 6 key aspects that we want to hear about from you. We want to hear your inputs on the bill, as well as anything else that you would like to input, and I'll go through those with you now.
Ndizothi ke ndingene sihambisane ke ndicancathe kumanqaku okanye kwinjongo eziphambili ezintandathu zalomthetho usayilwayo enizothi nani xa nihlomle phansi kwezi njongo ndizokuzikhankanya.
Daar is 6 belangrike feite wat ons verwag dat u ook iets sal sê daaromtrent en ons sal luister na u, wat is u siening omtrent hierdie wet wat gereël word op die punte van die 6 punte wat.
The first is to amend and insert definitions, and the second is to provide for the formation of fire protection associations by a municipality or traditional council.
Injongo yokuqala ke kukuba kuhlonyelwe nokufakelwa inkcazelo ezithile. Okwesibini kukubonelela ngokuba kubekho ukusekwa kwemibutho yokhuseleko kwakunye ke nokunika omasipala amagunya kunye ke nabezomthonyama banikwe amagunya ukuze ke kusekwe le mibutho kuthiwa zi-fire protection associations.
The eerste punt is dat daar moet die beskrywing, sekere beskrywinge in die huidige wet moet gewesig word. En dan moet ook 'n nuwe beskrywing ingevoeg word in die huidige wet. En die tweede punt is dat daar moet 'n stigting van die brandbeskermingsvereniging gestig, daardie verenigings moet gestig word, dan moet voorsiening gemaak vir die stigting van daardie brandbeskerming verenigings. Dit word bekend staan as FPA, sekere mense noem dit soos volg.
The third objective would be to compel your municipality, state-owned enterprise, your public entities, or other organs of the state that own the land to join those fire protection associations.
Injongo yesithathu ke kukunyanzela omasipala, amaqumrhu karhulumente kunye namaqumrhu ezoluntu namacandelo karhulumente abangabanikazi bomhlaba ukuze ke nabo bazibandakanye nale mibutho elwa nokugqabhuka kwemililo.
Derdens, die municipaliteit, traditionele leiers en die al die ander organisaties wat betrokken raak of in beheer is van die gemeenskapgrond is verplig om deel te neem aan die stigting van die genoemde brandbeskermingsverenigings.
And then the fourth and fifth are to extend the powers of entry, search, seizure, and arrest to peace officers and traditional leaders, and then to amend the title of the act to the National Veldfire Act, taking out the word forest.
Enye ke injongo elandelayo kukunika igunya amapolisa kunye ke nenkosi zomthonyama igunya lokuba ke bakwazi xa beberhanela imeko ezithile zokuba kukho ulwaphulo mthetho kwezomlilo bakwazi ukungena bagqogqe babambe abo ke babandakanyekayo. Okwesibini kukuba lo mthetho ufinyezwe ngoku ube mfutshane ubizwe ngokuba yi-National Veldfire Act.
Vierde is dat die municipaliteit, die vredesbeampte tot die traditionele leiers word bemag om reg te hê om op 'n perseel te gaan waar hulle dink of van mening is dat iemand wat wegsteek of wat verberg is wat nou die oorsaak van die brand is. As daardie persoon op 'n sekere plek gaan wegkruip of alles dit 'n geslote area. Daardie wat ek genoem het, die vredesbeamptes, die municipaliteit, die tradisionele leiers, hulle is geregtig om daar in te breek, om in te kom en toegang te kry in daardie perseel, dan kan hulle opsoek daarna doen en as hulle enige iets vind wat nou deel kan wees in die oorsaak van die vuur of van die brand, hulle is geregtig om beslag te lê en wat ook al dink hulle van mening is het miskien rol gespeel in die oorsaak van die brand. Hulle is geregtig om daardie persoon wat betrokke is ook te arresteer. Die nuwe wet gee hulle daardie reg.
And finally, I think it's just important for us to note the impact that veld fires have had on this district in particular. We know the fires in Knysna. And as we move into fire season, with the growing impacts of climate change, we really look forward to hearing from you as the community and your input on these amendments.
Okugqibela ke nanjengoko sazi into yoba lo mmandla izingakumbi izindawo zoNysna sibone kukho ukunwenwa kwemililo kakhulu kwaye ke ngokwesibini siya ke ngoku kula season apho kuzofumanisa uba mhlawumbe kukho imililo evelayo yamadlelo. Yiloo nto ngoku silapha singamalungu eParlamente sizokuva nina into yoba nithini nina izimvo zenu ukwenzela uba sifake izihlomelo kule bill.
En verder, dat is ook nou wat is opgelet, dat is bij de omgeving van Knysna en al die andere omgeving in die ronde. Dat is baie brand wat daar plaatsgevind het in die omgeving wat nog steeds aangaan. En zoals nou in die tijd van het jaar is, dat is nader als seizoen waar nou vieren in de orde van de dag zal wees, die brand zal in de orde van de dag wees. So, dus hoekom is nou belangrijk is dat ons nou allemaal moet betrokken krijgen om rol te spelen, om dit te verhoeden en dit kan gebeuren. En verder, die titel van die wet moet gewijzigd worden naar die Nationale Veldbrandwet. Dus die nieuwe titel wat nou die wet zal krijgen.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bryant. I believe you have heard Honorable Bryant.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu ke kohloniphekileyo kaBright ngengcanciso yakhe. Ndikholelwa kananjalo into yoba nikwazile ke ukumva apho ke ebesiya ngakhona.
And you'll agree with me that fire is an important tool that we use every day.
Sizokuvumelana into yoba ke umlilo sisixhobo esibaluleke kakhulu kubomi bethu kuba kaloku umlilo siwusebenzisa umhla nezolo.
Baie dankie vir meneer Brand met die deel wat hy gespeel het in die program. En ek dink almal sal saamstem met my dat die vuur is 'n baie belangrike wapen van ons wat ons elke dag gebruik.
It can be friend and an enemy. So it
Ingangumhlobo wakho
affects
iphinde
all of us, ne?
iyasichaphazela thina sonke ingasiphilisa okanye sitshabalalise.
Dit kan 'n vriendelik basis gebruik word of as ook as 'n vyand gebruik. Dit kan almal van ons raak.
And then, if you heard properly, Honorable Bryant, he's trying to say you cannot own a land without responsibility for the fire protection.
Ngamanye amazwi ke ebezama ukuthi ke ohloniphekileyo kaBrate awunokwazi noba ube ngumnini mhlaba ungazukwazi ukukhusela lo mhlaba xa kukho umlilo ovelayo.
Met ander woorde, ons het gehoor wat die egbare lid Breed nou aan ons gesê het. Met ander woorde, hy sê, as jy nou 'n eienaar is van 'n stukkie grond, jy kan nie eienaar van die grond is nie as jy nou nie in 'n plan kan wees om daardie grond beskerm van die brand.
And he has emphasized that this bill is what it's trying to do is to give responsibility of the protection of everybody who also has property.
Uye wazama ukuthi ke lo mthetho sihlomelo bill izama ke unika uxanduva kulowo ke uthi abe nongumnikazi weproperty ukwenzela into yoba akwazi ukukhuseleka.
Die wetgewing gee ook nou die eienaar van die grond plig om seker te maak dat die grond of die stukkie grond of die eiendom wat daardie persoon eien moet 'n plan hê om daardie eiendom te beskerm van die brand.
And the areas where you're coming from, all of you, they are fire risk areas.
Enenene ke kwindawo endisuka kuzo ufumanisa uba kukho indawo esemngciphekweni ezithi zichaphazelwe okanye zichaphazeleke kwiimeko zemililo evelayo.
Ons almal van die plekke waarvan ons nou kom, ek bedoel hier nou as die gemeenskap. Ons kom van plekke wat nou 'n baie risiko is van aan die brand.
Hence, it's very important that you participate so that you are protected in terms of this law.
Yiloo nto kubalulekile into yoba ke nani nithathe inxaxheba namhlanje ukwenzela into yobana ke lo mthetho xa upasisiwe unikhusele.
Dit is hoekom dit baie belangrik is dat ons almal nou die wat van ons wat wil 'n rol kan speel, dat ons nou ons insigte kan gee vir die parlement sodat ons nou 'n rol kan rol moet speel in die wysiging van hierdie wet sodat ons eiendom, ons grond kan beskerm word.
Having said that, I'm handing over to my colleague, Honorable Modise, to share with you the procedures to be followed in making oral and written submissions.
Ndikuchazile ke oko nzothi ke ndinike ohloniphekileyo ngasekunene kwam okaModise asinike umkhombandlela into yoba soqhuba njani namhlanje asinike iagenda.
Nadat ek gesê het, ek sal oorgee na egbare Modise gee wat nou vir ons sal verduidelik wat die nuwe prosedure sal wees wat ons moet nou volg. Hoe moet ons insetting en siening kan gee die wat nou dit mondeling wil doen en hoe kan die mense doen wat nou wil insette en siening gee skriftelik. Hy sal nou vir ons verduidelik hoe om dit te doen.
Guys, those of us from Gauteng, we learn very fast.
Yes.
Thina ke sisuka kwela phondo laseGauteng sifunda msinya siyibamba msinya imicimbi.
Ons wat van Gauteng afkom, ons is baie vinnig om iets nie te leer.
By the time I leave here, I'll be speaking fluent Gaites.
Ndiyandixelela ke xa seniphuma apha ndizobe siwubambe kakuhle umcimbi kolu lwimi lolapha.
As ek nou die plek verlaat, dan sal ek baie glad Gaites kan praat.
I'll be speaking fluent Nama.
Ndizobe ke ndithetha isinama qhuba kakuhle.
Ek sal vlot nama praat.
Now let's Xhosa ndiyasazi.
En tot Xhosa ook. Ek praat ook vlot Xhosa.
I can speak Xhosa fluently also.
Ook hierdie Afrikaans. I just mix and you will hear me somewhere. Let me thank the chair in absentia. Greetings to you, honorable members. Greetings to all the traditional leadership. I don't want to follow that route of calling you by names because I learned that we might have problems.
Mandithathe ithuba ke ndibulele usihlalo, ndibulele namalungu eParliament, ndibulele ke neenkokheli zenu. Kodwa ke ngelishwakazi elikhulu andizukwazi ukunibiza ngamagama mhlambe ke ulwimi lwabo lingabopheka.
Ek wil gebruik maak van hierdie geleentheid om die voorsitter van die komitee te dank aan die geleentheid en ek wil ook 'n groete sê aan almal al die leiers. Ongelukkig verskoon my, ek sal nie die name een vir een noem nie, dan sal ek miskien my tong kan byt. Ek wil nie daardie ongeluk maak nie.
But then we would have loved as a committee, Honorable Bryant and honorable members, to have leadership of respective municipalities.
Besinokunqwenela into ba ke malunga hloniphekileyo sibe nenkokheli phakathi kwethu ezinkokheli ezisuka komasipala ngomasipala aba kwesi sithili okanye kule ngingqi.
Ons sou graag verlang om die leiers van die verskillende municipaliteite of die raadslede wat nou van die verskillende municipaliteite van hierdie distrik afkom, as hulle hier 'n deel van die vergadering is sal verlang om hulle te sien of hulle te erken. They are not here.
Jy praat nie reg nie.
Bakhona?
Is hulle hier? Not a single one.
Hulle is nie belangrijk.
Hulle stel nie belang nie. Hulle stel nie belang nie. They are not interested.
Ingathi kuthiwa abanamdla abahlekazi
Dat
bakhona.
bedoel dat julle is nie belangrijk. Ek denk nie so nie. Miskien hulle het iewers gegaan.
Ndicinga ukuthi noba nibalulekanga kubo nitsho na andiqondi njalo, mhlambi kukhona apho baxakeke khona.
Okay. Let's not politicize it for now. Let's not politicize it for now. No. It's okay. Let me just do what I'm tasked to do before we get into politics of the Western Cape now. I'm from very far there in Gauteng. I don't want to cause problems in the Western Cape. Okay, so this is how we're going to do things. We are going to start by noting people on the right.
So qhuba ngohlobo ke bantu bakuthi sizoqala ngoba sikhombe abo bafuna ukuthetha kwelicala lasekunene.
Dus ons sal nou die volgende prosedure volg. Ons sal eerstens mense vra wat hulle insette en sienings gee van die regterkant. Ons sal eers met die regterkant begin en dan mense vra hulle hande op te lig, dan sal hulle nou kans gee om bydra te kom gee om maak.
Daai man is baie vorentoe. Ek het nie so gesê nie. Remember I told you I'm from Jozi. Yeah, this is how we do things there. We roll. And ons luister daar. You'll see after, you must meet me after this meeting so that I can take you through. I'll be speaking Nama, speaking Afrikaans, speaking Xhosa, Zulu, Tsonga, even these ones of halfway of Zimbabwe, I can assist them, you know. Mar is correct. So we'll note 10 hands this side and all those people who will be coming to these seats in the middle.
So ke sikhomba balishumi kwelicala baze ke emva koko bathathe izihlalo apha kwezitulo sesiphakathini.
Ons sal eers 10 mense vat aan die regterkant en daardie mense sal moet die sitplekke in die middel daar gaan sit.
And the first thing you are going to do when you arrive here is to register your name. And then when you are invited to the mic, you first introduce yourself. My name is Ntibi Mudise. I'm from the West Rand in Gauteng, from Ward 1. If you are from a particular institution that you are representing, whether you are a farmer, whether you are from the traditional authority, you inform us of where you come from, so that it is put on record.
Into soyenza ke soqhuba ngolhlobo. Xa sowuhleli pha kwesasitulo uzobhala igama lakho uzichaze, ubhala igama lakho. Emva koko ke ngoku xa unika ithuba ke ngoloba uthethe pha embokweni uzichaze, hayi igama lami ndingubani bani, kazibani bani, ndisuka endaweni ethile. emva koko mhlawumbi uba usuka mhlawumbi kumbutho othile utsho hayi suka mhlawumbi kumbutho onje nanje uba ngumfama utsho into yoba hayi mna ndisuka mhlawumbi kweli candelo okanye kweli qela lamafama eligama lalo elinje nanje.
As die 10 mense nou hulle sitplekke gekry het op die stoele, hulle sal eers hulle name moet registreer, dan sal mense na hulle kom, hulle nader en hulle name vat. Die persoon as nou die persoon 'n beurt kry om by die microfoon te praat, dan moet die persoon die naam en die van gee, sê wat die omgewing u afkom en wat 'n wijk indien u wijk sy nommer kan onthou. U moet ook sê indien u namens 'n organisasie praat of namens die boere en so voort. U moet dit ook noem. As u praat op u persoonlike hoedanigheid, u kan dit ook sê.
Each one of you is allowed to speak in their own language.
Umgaqo seko ke usinika ilungelo loba sithethe ngolwimi lwethu lwenkobe. So nikhululekile uba uthethe ngokolwimi lakho noba sisingesi, isiXhosa, iAfrikaans njalo njalo.
Volgens die grondwet, elke een het reg om sy eie of haar eie taal praat. Is gemagtig om is geregtig om die taal van die keuse van gebruik maak.
But then, so that we don't sleep here, each one of you is going to be given only 5 minutes.
Ukwenza basihlangabezane ke nexesha ukuze nalo lihlangabezane nathi, umuntu nganye uzonika imizuzu emihlanu.
Om die tyd te bespaar, sal elke persoon net 5 minute gee, want ons wil as meer mense kans gee.
After we've taken 10 hands this side, the chairperson will then take the 10 hands this side, on the left.
Emva kuba begqibile ukuthetha ababalishumi kwelicala, uhlalo uzothi emva koko ke ngoku akhombe izandla zabalishumi kwelicala nabo banikwe labo ithuba lokuba bavakalise zabo izimvo.
As nou ons klaar is met die 10 wat van die regterkant afkom, die voorsitter sal aan die linkerkant kom en ander 10 mense gee, laat hulle ook nou hulle bydrae kan kom maak.
That, I think we are clear on how we are going to work.
Ek dink ons is duidelik hoe sal ons nou, wat sal nou
Or
aangaan.
maybe I must interpret it myself. Verstaan ons mekaar? Verstaan ons mekaar, mense? Lanswara, ne? Julle vang me. Julle mense vang me nie. Alright. Ek sien die voorsitter is nog niet reg nie. Maar ek dink ons moet probeer.
Yabona usihlalo kakabuyi,
Wat dink julle?
ngicela ukuthi sinobe siqhuba nicinga njani na?
Diqhube. Eyokugqibela into ke. There's a beautiful lady here. Her name is Chile Kamadubel. Oh, there she is.
Okugqibela ke sinosihlalo wekomiti umama uThileka Madubela Xebe unobhala wekomiti. Nanku yaphesha pha ephethe
Phakamisa isandla sis.
Last day so sedari mooi daar.
Kaloku ndixelela abantu ba umhle mfuthu.
Dis 'n mooi dame secretaris van die
uyabukeka ke kambe.
Julle sien daar die dame daar.
Yeah. I said she's beautiful. I don't, when you say a person is beautiful, they must show up.
Ek het gesê sy is mooi. As ons sê iemand
Now,
mooi is,
there are people who might not be given an opportunity to stand in this mic and speak to us because they don't want to speak to us.
Sinabo bantu ke aba bangazufuna mhlamba aba banganqweneli into babathethe embokweni kodwa ke sobanika ithuba lokwabona babhale phansi bagqithise izimvo zabo pha kusisithileka.
miskien ons het mense tussen ons wat wil bydra maak, maar hulle is nie bereid om dit moontlikste kan maak om in die mikrofoon te kom praat nie. Sulke mense word voorsien ook deur om na haar toe gaan. Sy het forums wat hulle sy na die mense sal gee, laat die mense dit skriftelik doen wat ook al hulle wil voorstel. Hulle kan dit op skrif doen ook as hulle dit nie moontliks wil maak nie.
Yeah, so those who are also not going to get an opportunity to stand here will just write. Chileka will give you forms. You just write your views. But the important thing for us is to tell us whether, the very first thing in fact, is whether you support the bill or don't support the bill. Then you can tell. We know that we're not stopping you from telling us about too many ostriches in Oudtshoorn and problems of water, problems of electricity, but we're not here for that. We're not saying you must not say it, but the important one to us is this one of the amendment of the National Veld and Fire Forest Amendment Bill.
Iyona nto ibalulekileyo ke okokuqala xa sowunikwe ithuba lokuba uhlomle kukusixelela into yobana ingaba uyavumelana nebill okanye uvumelani nayo na. Ungasicela uba mhlambi kwaze kwathi kodwa ke unalulungelo loba mhlambi uba unengxako nayo yezamanzi umbane njalo njalo ungayichaza loo nto kodwa kubalulekileyo ingaba uyavumelana okanye uvumelana nebill na kusini na.
Dit kan gebeur dat ons nie almal kans kry nie om te kom praat nie. Die sulke mense wat die kans kon kry nie, hulle kan ook gebruik maak van die skriftelike roete volg. Hulle kan hulle insaat deur skriftelik te doen. En verder, ons moet ons verstaan dat is miskien baie aantallen problemen in de omgeving waar ons bly, maar ons wil nie hoor hoeveel volstruise is daar nie, dat ons nie water het en allerlei dingen, maar ons sê nie daar, dit is nie belangrijk nie. Dit is belangrijk, maar die doel van die vergadering het te doen met die wijzigings. Die mensen wat nou daar die ander probleme het, kan dit miskien op een andere manier doen.
Right. Are we ready? Maybe I must tell you something. Before you lift your hand, ne? What is Sunday? Sunday. You are on TV.
As is op televisie.
Yeah. South Africa is watching you live on 408.
Suid-Afrikaanse mense, hulle sien jou nou, heidaglik.
Op
kanaal 408.
Yena ndibalekileke into bafuneka sinazise into bana ke ngoku niphako ngoku kumjelo nikujelo sasazo ngqo ukunika usasazo ngqo lokamabona kude.
Where's Mario? Mario, are we live? Not today. Yesterday we were. Or today we are on Twitter.
Sure.
Live on Twitter, live on Facebook, live on YouTube. Right. So it's very important that people must smile, eh?
Kubaleke ba ke nincume kuba ngoku niku Twitter, niku YouTube nako Facebook njalo njalo.
You don't want to appear on TV with a serious face. You must smile.
Zoals ons nou aangaan, die procedure is op YouTube, Twitter en Facebook. Dat zal later misschien op die televisie komen. Maar het is baie belangrijk dat je niet met een sier gezicht in die televisie verschijnt.
Ja, ik heb niet zo gezegd. Ik is van die kaas, mijn broer. Eindelijk, ik zal je een later stiek. Okay, let's do this way. The traditional leaders, all of you, with maximum respect, because we have noted you and your presence, I am going to request that you speak last.
Ngembeko enkulu kakhulu socela into ba inkosi zemveli eziphakathi kwethu sizinike ilungelo loba zithethe zona ekugqibeleni.
Yeah.
Met die grootste respect, die traditionele leiders, ons wil hulle graag hulle moet die laaste mense wat nou praat. Niemand moet na hulle praat nie. Hulle moet die laaste mense wat hulle sê moet sê.
Yes, sir. Is that the point of order? Okay.
My name is Norman Faro, and unfortunately, for now, this is my personal view. We didn't caucus in our house on this point, but my point of order is, Chair, that there was a point put to us that when we stand up here and we introduce ourselves, the first thing that we must do, we must indicate whether we support or not support the bill. My point is that if we have some problems with, and we want to highlight that problems, we cannot stand up and say we support or not support the bill. That thing must wait until last when whether we support or not support the bill. Give us an opportunity to raise the issues that we want to raise without putting us under pressure to support or not to support the bill first and foremost.
Uluvo lwami ke sihlalo kukuba abanye bethu mhlambe bangangafuni ukuthi bayaxhasa okanye abaxhasi kodwa sibe sinezinto esifuna ukuzivakalisa. So asifuni bangokusibeke phansi koxinzelelo lokuba hayi siyaxhasa okanye asixhasi. Andazi ba mhlambe uyibona njani?
My persoonlijke punt is dat ek het nie met niemand eerstens gekokkas oor wat ek nou wil sê. Ons moet nie onder druk geplaas word om te sê ons nou die wetsonderwerpe ondersteun al dan nie. Ons moet nie in daardie hoek gedruk word nie. Selke van ons wil iets sê, maar sonder om te wys of ons nou ondersteun of nie. So ek wil nou net daardie punt wil vra by die voorsitter dat ons nou nie in daardie hoek gedruk word nie.
Yeah, well, I will not respond to you directly with due respect, but we are in consultative process for the National Veld and Forest Amendment Bill. There's an act already. Now, we want to amend the act as per Honorable Bryant. We want to insert some of the sections. Now, if you don't stand here and tell us that it's important for us to insert some of these sections into the bill, we will live here under the pretext and thinking that you have agreed with us, and you would not have done that. But it's not a matter for debate. I take your concern. It's a fair point. If you don't want to tell us whether you support the bill, we will assume that you stood here and supported the bill. And the fact that you came here and you have registered, you'd come across as a person who supported the bill. We'll then take it to the next house of the National Assembly, which is the Council of Provinces, for them to do what they must do with it, and then it will go straight to the president. And once he has signed it, it will be a law. You will then say, no, I was there and I did not agree. But I note your concern. Now, there's nothing that forces you or anyone here to agree or not disagree.
Ngokubona kwami ke thina sinyanzeli umuntu kuba uthi wena uyavumelana okanye uvumelana. Kodwa kuba uyazithethela nje so thatha ngoba wena uyavumelana kuba kaloku ngokwenkqubo yalapha uye wabhalisa igama lakho wathetha phaya embokweni. Okokwethu thina kukuba sithethe ngalomthetho okanye ngale bill i-National Veld and Forestfire Amendment Bill. Njengoba bechazile ke ohloniphekileyo kaBriet into bana ke injongo kukuba kube nje ya. Injongo zikukuba ke siveni uba kwezi njongo zichaziweyo nina nibona njani na. Kwaye ke thina ngokwenkqubo yeParlamente emva koku sizowuthatha zonke izimvo zenu sise kwindlu kuyisomthetho ekuthiwa yi-National Assembly. Emva kwe-National Assembly kuzothathwa ke ngoku lo mthetho usayilwayo le bill iso ye-NCOP. I-NCOP ke yona ke izawuba nenkqubo yayo ezoyilandelela emva koko usayinwe ngumongameli. Kodwa ka andithi andiphikisane nawo.
Sonder om director reageer. Ek verstaan wat u sê. Niemand is verplig om aan te dui of die persoon die wetsonderwerp ondersteun al dan nie. Niemand is verplig. Maar ons doel is om hier te wees soos ek baie breed nou aangeset. Die doel van die proses. Daar is 'n wet wat daar staan, maar in daardie wet is gappings. En van die gappings die departement gevind dat van die beskrywings wat ons daar het, daar is beskrywing wat gewysig moet word. En daar is ook beskrywing wat ingevoeg moet word. As ons nou klaar is met hierdie proses, dan gaan ons nou na die nasionale vergader. Maar u moet ook oplet dat die feit dat u nou hier is, die naam geregistreer is as 'n deel van hierdie vergadering, ons kan miskien as die lede beskou persone wie se naam in daardie registreer verskyn stem saam met die proses wat ons nou meer besig is. Al die persoon nou, as die persoon nou nie kan aandui nie, die persoon ondersteun of die persoon ondersteun nie. Ons kan miskien 'n fout maak en aandui en aanneem dat die persoon stem saam met ons. Dan gaan ons terug na die nasionale vergader, dan volg ons die prosedure van daardie nasionale vergader en daarna word die proses nou verwys na die nasionale raad van provinsies, dan sal hulle ook hulle proses vervolg. As hulle klaar is, dan sal nou die wetsonderwerp na die president verwys word om dit te bekragtig. As die president dit bekragtig, dan is die wet, niemand kan dit verander nie. Dis nou daardie risiko wat ons nou wil daarvan wil nou raadpleeg, dat kan 'n groot risiko wees as iemand nou nie aandui of die persoon ondersteun al dan nie.
Okay, die voorsitter is nou terug. Sy sal nou 10 hande in die link in die regte vat.
Rechte hand. Okay, I think we're going to start from my right-hand side. I think Honorable Mdise has explained what you must do when you come in here. Can I get the people in the first row to go and occupy the seats there? As you raise your hand, you go occupy the seats. I will take the first 10.
So thatha ke abalishumi bokuqala kwelicala lase kunene.
And then if there are more, you'll come in the second round.
Kusophinde emva koko sibe nonye umjikelo. Siphinde sithathe abanye.
Eerste 10 persone sal ons neem. As dit nodig is, dan sal ons weer 'n tweede kans kry om die volgende 10 te neem.
How many left without chairs? Can I see show of hands? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it full? So there's no more chairs there? 2 more. 2 more can go there. Okay. If you are ready, you can start.
Ndiyabulisa. Ndiyabuliswa kumhlangano. Ndihambelana nento ibithethwe apha ngutata.
Greetings to the chairperson. I think I agree with what has been explained before.
Goed allemaal, ik stem samen met wat al reeds voorheen gezegd was.
Igama lam nguNomulelo Mengu.
My name is Nombulelo Mengu.
Hlala kumhlaba sePlet.
I come from Plettenberg Bay.
Mijn naam is Nombulelo Bengu, ik woon te Plettenberg Bay.
Umbutho wami AUF.
My organization is AUF.
AUF is mijn organisatie waarin ik behoor.
Ndihambelana nento ibithethwa ngutata esithi kukho kufuneka sizame ukukhawulelana nendawo ekuthiwa nento ekuthiwa ngumlilo.
I agree with the sentiment that has been explained before to say that we must be able to work towards protection of fires.
Ik stem samen met wat gezegd was door de voorzitter, dat ons moeten kijken naar die veldbranden wat plaatsvindt.
Mna benke ndaphangela kwinto efana nomlilo.
I used to work in this environment of firefighting.
Ik heb voorheen gewerkt bij plekken waar hulle met vuur branden plekken werkt.
So bendisenza bendisapa phantsi komlungu ndisenza iBelt. Kwenzela into ba umlilo ungaqabeli uye kulaa fama yaluwa umlungu.
I used to work under a certain farmer trying to protect so that the fire cannot from this side and then go to the other side. So I was trying to protect the fire from going from this area to another area.
Ik heb gewerkt bij een plaatsman en ik heb daarvoor gezien dat die vuur niet moet uitspreiden naar die andere plekken toe nie.
Bendisarha mna i-sickness, ipine ne-sickness.
I was dealing with pine and sickness.
Ik heb daar gewerkt met pijn waar ik was.
Ne-blackwood.
And Blackwood. Those were the areas that I was focusing on.
En ook met zwart hout heb ik gewerkt. Dat is mijn areas van concentratie.
Cha ke ndanakelelwa zisarha ke bendinazo ndazizamela ndaba nesarha ndanakelelwa zisarha so andabi naqhubekeka ke ngokubheka phambili.
Unfortunately, my equipment got damaged. As a result, I couldn't continue with my work.
Ongelukkig is die zagen wat ik gebruikt heb beskadigd. En als gevolg daarvan kon ik niet voortgaan met mijn werk of wat ik gedaan heb.
So ndingavuya ba nobeniphinde ndiqhubeke ke ngolahlobo bendiqhubekeka ngalo ngokuba noko ibingcono laa nto ngoba ukhawulelana nomlilo lokuthethwa ngawo kwenzela into yoba kungatshiswa umlilo ungaqabeli uye kwezinye iindawo uphelele kule ndawo buphelela apha.
I will be grateful and be glad if I will be given an opportunity to use that equipment so that I can be able to stop or to curb the spread of fire from my area to another.
Ik zal baie bly wees as ek kan voortgaan om te voorsien dat daar geen uitbreiding van vuurbrande plaasvind op die area nie.
Cha ke ndityhafise kwakungaba andinazixhobo andinayo nendawo nothi ndiphinde ndiyinikwe ngoba bendiphiwa ngabelungu indawo athi umlungu uzondiklinela apha ndizomklinela.
Unfortunately, the unfortunate part is that I don't have equipment so that I can be able to continue with my work. My employer used to assist me so that I can be able to continue doing my job, so that I can stop the spread of fire.
Ongelukkig ek het nie items of voorwerpe om my dienste volledig uit te dien. Ongelukkig die blanke man wie my gehelp het om voorsien wat ek my werk kon doen, ek kon nie verder vir my bystaan nie.
So ngavuya ke ba dinokwazi ucingelwa ndiphinde ndikhawulelana nalamlilo bendiwenza kanye ndifumane umuntu onothi ndinayo mna indawo ungandiklinela phana ngahamba ndiyomklinela qha ke ndiyaxa kuba andinando izixhobo zokuklina.
I will be very grateful if I can get somebody to employ me as a cleaner so that I can continue with the work that I was doing of stopping the spread of fire. And another unfortunate part is that I don't have the equipment to do that.
Ek is hier, ek is beskikbaar as daar iemand kon wees wat my kon bystaan en my gereedskap gee sodat ek kan voortgaan met my werk. Maar ek is in die ongelukkige situasie, ek het nie al die gereedskap om my pligte na te kom nie.
So ibindlela bendiphila ngayo ngoba kaloku umsebenzi unqabile Nkosi Tata.
We can hear you.
Bindlela bendiphila ngayo ndisebenza ngayo leyana qha ke ngoku ndaphelelwa zizixhobo ndaphelelwa yindawo kokuba mandisebenze ngavuya ke bano baniphinde kube njalo. Ndiyabulela Nkosi.
Okay, I do support the bill though, but I want to voice out that that is the way that I used to survive. I used to have my own place so that I can be able to stop the spread of fire. As I'm speaking to you now, I'm unemployed and so on. But I do support the bill though.
Ek werk net die oomblik nie, maar ek staaf weet, dit kan voorsien word. Ongelukkig is ek in die situasie waar ek nou op hierdie oomblik nie in 'n werkposisie is nie.
Nkosi.
Thank you.
Baie dankie.
Mandibulise kwinhlangano nakwikomiti esiphathele lengqongqothela.
Let me greet the committee and the community at large.
Groet die komiteelede en al die gemeenskapmense wat hier is.
Igama lam ndingubaba laqambatha ndiphuma kwiBhito municipality kumhlaba wasePlattenberg Bay, Southern Cape.
My name is Baba Lakambata from
Plattenberg Bay, Bhito municipality.
Bhito municipality under Plattenberg Bay.
My naam is Babala, ek kom van Bhito Bay en Plattenberg Bay.
Igama lam ndingubahlonele kwiphehlo likaKhakeni.
My traditional name is Bashonele.
Bashonele is my traditionele naam.
Okokuqala mandibulele ngo ibhili le ndiyamkele.
First and foremost, I agree with the bill.
Ek stem saam met die voorsiening van die wet wat gereël word.
Ndinezikhalazo nesicelo.
I do have certain concerns and some of the things that I would like them to be followed.
Ek het sekere klagtes en sekere versoeke wat ek hoop sal gevolg word.
Enhlandlolo ngosasikhula kwakunamapolisa wamahlathi osomahlathi.
In the olden days, we used to have policemen who used to safeguard the forest.
Vroeger dae gelede was daar bosberaad, polisie, beamptes.
Kodwa xa kunanamhla sibaboni sibona nje izicimamlilo.
But today we only see firefighters. We don't see those policemen who used to safeguard
Maar
such.
ongelukkig nou se daar sien ons hulle nie. Ons sien dit mense wat besig is om die vuur te blus, om vuur uit te sit.
Kodwa andikho lapho injongo into yoba ndizoma kweli jelo lokuthetha kule mic into kokuba isikhalazo sam kurhulumente bakude kakhulu kwizangoma kodwa izangoma zikusebenzisa kakhulu umlilo.
My main concern and my main worry, that's why I'm here speaking on this podium, is that the government seems to be far from the traditional doctors. And that's why the government also seems to be inaccessible to them, because the traditional doctors, when they embark on their traditional healing, they use fires.
Daar is nou se daar geen samewerking tussen die regering. Die regering is te ver vanaf ons traditionele dokters.
Kungoko ke ngoku isicelo sam kule komiti ingentla yaseParlamente ukuthi izingqale kakuhle, ingqale ngqo kakuhle komasipala kube nakhona into ezisi sessions for izangoma sifundiswe kabanzi nzulu ngomlilo.
My plea and my suggestion from this portfolio committee is that they must consult the municipalities so that the municipalities can have sessions or workshops with traditional leaders and actually teach them about the issues of fires.
Ek versoek dat daar 'n samenwerking tussen die regering sal wees, dat die traditionele dokters ook sal in ag geneem word, dat daar goeie werking sal bestaan saam met hulle in die toekoms.
Ukwenzela sikhawulelana norhulumente ukulwa umlilo nobungozi babo ngoba ixesha elininzi sizizangoma siyawusebenzisa umlilo sicima ngokwengqondo yethu yemveli singafundiswanga ngurhulumente.
As the traditional leaders, we do have means to extinguish fires, but on the other hand, we do want to be educated so that by other means.
As traditional leiders doen ons die help om te help plekke waar daar vuur brand om dit te blus. Ons doen dit op ons eie, ons beoog ons sal baie bly wees as daar 'n goeie samewerking kan bestaan tussen ons en die regering en te voorsien dat ons dit uitsit.
Uloyiko lwam ke xa kutshe amahlathi amayeza aphelile asizoba nawo.
My main worry is that if there are forest fires, we will not be able to extract our traditional herbs.
Ek is baie bang, ek vrees, as die bosbrande gereeld plaasvind, uiteindelik sal ons sonder tradisionele medisyne besit. Ons sal dit nie meer kan bekom nie.
Lastly, ngokwenzela njalo xa kutshe amahlathi amayeza singawafumani angabikho. Ithi lonto intwaso yethu ibe lilize sichithe ixesha nemali nendleko zasemakhaya.
It means that if there are forest fires, our initiation to this traditional healing will be in vain because there will be no fires that will, or no other means for us in order to embark on this journey.
Laaste as die bosbrande voortgaan, dan sal ons sukkel, daar sal geen red vir ons wees nie, om ook ons tradisionele medisyne en alles te bekom.
It will also be a waste of money and the preparations that we have done.
Dit sal ook geld laat verloor en ons sal geen wyse het om voort te gaan nie.
Kuloko ke ngoku ndibhena kule komiti ingaphambili ukuthi isicelo siphinde ibuye ize komasipala bethu ukwenzela uba sifundiswe ngcono nanzulu malunga nomlilo. Enkosi.
That is why I asked the committee to consult our municipalities so that we can be better educated to fight this fire that are erupting.
Daarom versoek ek die komiteelede om weer terug te kom na ons toe, sodat daar 'n goeie opleiding gedoen word in ons munisipaliteite, sodat ons die vuur kan verhoed om plaas te vind tussen onsself.
Very good morning to you all.
Molweni ngalentsasa.
Goeiemôre almal ons persone hier teenwoordig.
My name is David Reiters and I'm from Oudtshoorn.
Igama lami ke ngithi David Reiters ndisuka eTsorweni.
My naam is David Reiters, ek is afkomstig van Oudtshoorn.
Mr. Chair, I'm currently the chairperson of the Protected Areas Board in the Oudtshoorn Swartberg region.
Ngusihlalo ke wala protected areas phaya kulandawo yaseTsorweni.
Ek is voorsitter daar in die Swartberg area Oudtshoorn.
Now there are 3 conservancies. One is the Swartberg Conservancy.
Zintathu ke izindawo enye yiSwartberg Conservancy.
The other one is the Kamanasi.
Enye ke yiKhamanasi ummandla lowo.
Swartberg en Kamanasi as the areas waar ek
and the last one is Gamkaberg.
eyokugqibela ke beyiGamtaberg.
Die laaste een is Gamtaberg.
Yeah. Now, I receive reports quarterly on these conservancies.
Ndiye ndifumane ingxelo ke rhoqo ngekota kule micimbi.
Ek kry kwartaallikse verslae van hierdie areas af.
Now these works are chief portfolio areas of Cape Nature.
Ziinkalo ke ezibalulekileyo kakhulu ezo zalo msebenzi.
Dis areas van baie belang van die Kaap natuur, hierdie wat ek van gemeld het.
Now I'm a volunteer for the last 17 years in Cape Nature.
Bendili volunteer ke kule minyaka eli-17.
Ek het gewillig vir die afgelope 17 jaar daar dienste verrig.
Now the reason why I support the amendment bill on Veldfires is because I haven't received any report on fire protection associations in the last 2 years.
Indawo isizathu sokuba ndixhase lo mthetho okanye le bill into yoba khange ndifumane kwangxelo kumaqela alwa nomlilo. Yiloo nto ke ndiyixhasayo le bill.
Ek staaf die wysigingswet omdat ek geen stafing gekry het van die mense wat verantwoordelik is vir kyk na die uitbrande daarop.
Yeah. Now these fire protection associations are governed by white people.
Le mibutho ke ilwa nemlilo ikhokhelwa ngabantu okanye ngamadoda amakhulu amhlophe.
Blanke persone is verantwoordelik vir die uitbrande wat daar plaasvind.
And since I became the chairperson 2 years ago, no white people attend these meetings of fire protection.
Emva kokuba ndathi ndatyunjwa njengosihlalo kwiminyaka emibini eyadlulayo zange ndabona ke ndihanjelwa ngumntu omhlophe.
Vir die afgelope 2 jaar wat ek aangestel was as voorsitter, op geen stadium het ek al oral enige blanke persoon gesien wie ons daar kom besoek het.
So I'm now in the process, Mr. Chair, to have meetings with our local municipality to find the appropriate officer to start with the establishment of fire protection.
Ndikwisigaba ke sihlalo sokuba ngoku ndisungule indibano nomasipala ukuze ke bandinike igosa elikhethekileyo endizothi ndidlane nalo indlebe kule micimbi.
Besig om met die plaaslike regering te reël vir 'n beskikbare beampte te kry sodat ek in samewerking kan optree met hierdie betrokke beampte.
It is very difficult to liaise with the municipality because they very seldom attend my meetings.
Kunzima kakhulu uba ndidibane ke nomasipala kuba kaloku abazihambeli intlanganiso endizikhwebayo.
Dis baie moeilik om met die munisipale beamptes te reël of te kontak want gewoonlik hulle kom nie altyd of geen stadium is hulle beskikbaar om my vergaderings by te woon nie.
My biggest constituency is of course then the Rastafarians and the people of the traditional houses. They mostly attend.
Abaxhasi bam ke ngamarasta kunye ke naba bantu ke baphila naba bakwelicandelo lezemveli.
Die Rastafaris en die traditional leiders, dit is die persone wie aan my van bystaan of help verleen.
So the idea to establish peace workers, there I wholeheartedly agree with the government that the traditional houses, these people must be installed as peacekeepers.
Lembono yokuba ke amapolisa kunye nenkosi zomthonyama mazinikwe igunya kule bill, loo nto ndiyixhasa kakhulu kakhulu kakhulu.
Ek staaf dit met groot belang dat daar vredesbeamptes moet wees wat ons kan bystaan in die voorsiening van hierdie toepassing.
There haven't been serious fires in the last 2 years but the biggest fire was in the 2016.
Khaga kubekho mililo ke ivelayo kule minyaka mibini kodwa ke umlilo wathi ke wabalasela ngulowa wathi ke wavela phaya ngo-2016.
Die afgelopen 2 jaar was daar nie baie vuuraanvalle nie. Die belangrikste of groot aanval van vuur is die wat daar was in die jaar 2016.
Enkosi kakhulu ngokundinika kwenu indlebe.
Baie dankie dat u my die geleentheid gegee het en geluister het na my.
Good afternoon, my fellow human beings.
Molweni bantu bakuthi.
Tita Ge Gloria Brits. My name is Gloria Brits.
Igama lam ke nguGloria Brits.
My indigenous name is Reenboog. I am from Pakkelsdorp, George. I don't belong to an organization, but I'm representing Khoi Khoi today. No organization, I'm representing Khoi Khoi. Reenboog, rainbow.
Emna ke ndingusisi onguClaudia Rainbow othetha ke umcamabele suka ke phaa eBrits engamelanga ke mbutho kanye mntu.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to address you today.
Bulela ke lithuba loba ndithethe ke nale ntlanganiso namhlanje.
I acknowledge Parliament here today and your efforts for taking us and our opinions into account as it should be.
Ndiyayibulela iParliament uba ithatha ithuba loba ibe lapha namhlanje ize iqwalasela ke izimvo zethu njengabemi okanye abantu balapha eMzantsi Afrika.
We are here today to acknowledge each other and to build for a better community and future for our children as well as elders.
Silapha namhlanje ngokuhloniphana nokusebenzela ikamva loluntu lwethu nele abantwana bethu sisebenzisana.
I ask that you listen carefully to what I am about to say.
Ndizawucela ke sibeke indlebe sibaze indlebe kule nto ndizayithetha.
Apart from practical solutions pertaining wildfires due to climate change,
Ngaphandle nje kokuthetha ngezisombululo ezimalunga ke nokudaleka kwemililo sikhumbule uba kukho nento apha ebizwa ke kuguquka kwesimo sezulu, climate change.
and also what God has been enabling and disabling, we as a brown community not only need to stand together,
Ngaphezu koko uThixo asiphaso kona nangasiniki kona kodwa ke thina siluluntu oluntsundu simele basime ndawonye sichasane.
but lay to rest the hatred and anger that resides within our hearts toward one another.
Kodwa kukho lentiyo nokucapukelana kusihlele emazantsi ezinhliziyweni zethu zokuba sichasane sithiyane.
We are not a people of violence, but we are a people of peace.
Asingabo abantu abonobundlobongela kodwa ke singabantu boxolo.
Therefore, it is of utmost importance that we forgive one another in order for the curse that rests on the land to be able to be lifted.
Kubalekile ke ukuthi sixolelane sihlalisane ngoxolo ukuze ke intshwabulo nesiqalekiso esiphezulu komhlaba wethu singakwazi ukuba nampembelelo isichaphazelayo.
Nothing, not plants, no animals, or the water will be able to flourish as it should because of this curse that rests on the land.
Akukho nanye into ekufanele into mayitshabalale izityalo amanzi izilwanyana eziphezulu komhlaba wethu masingavumeli ukuthi ke isiqalekiso esiphezulu kwethu masibangele ukuthi kubekho ukutshabalala ke kwalondalo ndiyikhankanyileyo.
Our problems is deeper than the eye can see, it is also spiritual.
Ingxaki esijongene nazo zinzulu kunokuba sinokubona ngeliso lenyama kwaye ke zezasemoyeni ubukhulu becala.
And part of that is because the indigenous people of this land is not acknowledged.
Isizathu inxalenye yesizathu esibangela lonto into yoba ke abona abantu bemvili belizwe bangabemi bokuqala abahlonitshwanga.
And not stationed close to the mountains as it were and should be.
Abahlali kufutshane phaa ngasezintabeni njengoko kwakusakuba njalo okanye kumele uba kunjalo.
Now we are encountering the problems we are facing today.
Kungoko ke namhlanje sijongene nezingxaki zisithembende namhlanje.
It is important that we acknowledge this and put necessary measures into place
Kubalulekile ukuthi sikuqaphele oko ukuze sithathe amanyathelo afanelekileyo.
in order for the land to be healed along with the people.
Khona ukuze ilizwe lethu linyangeke liphile ndawonye kunye nabemi balo.
Kaigangans.
Ndiyabulela.
Goedemiddag,
Good afternoon.
mijn naam is Anisha Hekroot en ik verteenwoordig als wijkskomitee lid wijk 22 specifieke area blok Groenkloof in die boere rondom en daardie geografische afdeling.
I'm Anasha Hekroot from Ward 22.
Yes. Can we make sure that she's closer to the mic or increase the volume of the mic? She must just.
I'm representing the farmers in Ward 22 in Groenkloof.
As well as the 700 units in Groenkloof and surrounding areas. I assume that from the amendment to the Act, there will be regulations, and thereafter there can be a policy made as well as guidelines.
Ek neem aan dat sal da ndiyacinga ukuthi kuzobakho ke imimiselo ekhoyo emveni kuba ke kukho lo mgaqo nkqubo emveni kokho kubekho nenkqubo sikhokelo ekhoyo umgaqo nkqubo ozobe unguwo okhombisa onikezela umkhombandlela.
Dit is my belangrik dat ek hier u as portfolio komitee moet meedeel dat George munisipaliteit deur die wijkskomitee lede en ander puikkommunikasies en publikasies soos koerante wel baie deeglik konsultasie aanmoedig en ook inligting deurgee. So ek het baie groot applous vir hulle. Dan
I have a big applause for this committee. The committee, is that the Committee of Petroleum? But the Committee of Petroleum, you are playing a very big role.
Portfolio. Portfolio committee.
Oh, the portfolio, excuse me. The portfolio committee that through the members of this the organization in that Ward 22 and through the media communication that we send, we have discovered that you are playing a very big role.
Het is mij belangrijk om te constateren, en ik wil het hard en duidelijk en stadig stel, dat ik wat gebied verteenwoordig, wel reeds geconsulteerd het op breë areas.
Okay.
En ek wil graag dan spesifiek verwys na hierdie toevoegingsklausules spesifiek.
I want to constantly appeal to you and I want to say it slowly that we as the people who are protecting the environment in this area, you said they protected the area and what else?
Protecting the area and that I represent.
That is the, we are protecting the area that I'm representing. Okay, go on from there.
Ja, fine. Dit is ook baie belangrik voordat ek aangaan met die klausules waartoe ek meer toelichting sou wou hê, dat ek moet.
It is very important for me, before I go to the clauses, that I would want to highlight.
That I cannot say yes or no to this amendment. However, I will do that through my constituency in writing soonest, as there's a meeting tomorrow. I'm just going to speak English, I think that's quicker. Okay, can I please just refer you to clause number 3.2, clause 2. And in my Afrikaans it says for the stichting, which the establishment
Yes.
of brandbeskermingsvereniging.
FVA, Fire Protection Associations.
And then it has got a rider and it says that if the Minister of Landbou, Bosbou, Visserye must still approve that. So that can fall away if there is not approval unless consultation is now taking place simultaneously. Then, clause 3, it says then that this amendment of Article 4 of the Act says, again, the first thing is to establish, the second one is then register. So that's another administrative process. In order to register, surely we need to be communicated to as civil society for the municipalities involving us and me as a speaker, when that must be done. Because if we talk about shall and must and will, it's not may. And we're really going to have to manage that from the ground up. Also, the functions of these registered communities or entities, that most probably will be spelled out in regulations, policies, or guidelines. Another aspect is that in clause 4, paragraph 3.4, it states there, die minister bemagtig die minister om voorwaarden te stel vir die vrystelling van grondeienaars wanneer 'n waarskuwing gerig word. So, daar sal ook dan voorwaardes gestel moet word en dis belangrik of dit algemene voorwaardes gaan wees of dit net spesifiek gaan wees vir 'n sekere brandarea. Baie dankie vir hierdie geleentheid. Ek volg op met 'n skrif. Thank you very much for this opportunity and I will follow up in writing. Thanks.
Hello. Before you leave, I think you have raised some very critical issues. If you can also put that in a form, in the written form, because I think we had issue with the interpreter at the end. It will assist a great deal, but I can hear you. Just get Chileka, can you give her the form as well? So that she...
I've got the form, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, when's the due date for these forms to be
You mean
submitted?
to submit? It's an email. We can give you up to Friday.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah?
I'll do that.
You have Chileka's email address in that form.
Sure. Thank
Sure,
you.
sure. Then it gives you an opportunity to also consult the stakeholder you're representing.
Yes, that's a very fair process.
And
I
thanks for
appreciate it.
coming. Sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon. I'm traditional doctor, Chief Eben Trevor Basson from Oudtshoorn, Duiselsdorp, Ward 9. I practice herbs, selling herbs to people. I'm also in the communities, and I'm also using herbs because I grew up on a farm, and we only had herbs as medicine. Okay. I would like to say I support this bill, provided you're going to take us seriously, and not just for a roadshow and a waste of money and to show the people that you were indeed down here, but because most of the time these are just shows, a waste of money and time. Okay. First of all, to refer to page 9, 9.12, it says we are not of opinion that it is not necessary to refer to this bill nor to consult us. I want to point out to everybody in this house that South Africa rightfully belongs to the Aboriginal, it is the brown people, because just like the whites, the blacks also came from the north,
Sorry?
the Equator. Okay.
Sorry? You said 9 point what?
Page 9 on the English page. Ne?
It's page 9 point what?
In the 9.912. It says here 9.12 here by my this pages. No? This is a National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill. Okay, then if we go to these pages, no? Page 9.
Paragraph?
And then it says there, right at the bottom, 9.12.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very honored and happy that you actually consider and consult us so that I can stand here and point out to you that I'm appreciated. But I would also like you to consider us with every bill or act that you want to do, because in the past, and as we speak, rarely, if ever, do you ever consider to consult us. Must I go ahead and state the other points, or someone gonna? Okay. I must say.
Umnumzana ke uTrevor uthi ke ukhula yena ke ehlala pha esebenzisa amayeza esintu ungugqirha womthonyama, kodwa ke kubalulekile into ebalulekileyo ayiqapheleyo yona ibulelayo into yoba ke kule nkqubo ilandelwayo iParlamente nayijonge phaa ke kwiphepha lesithoba isolotya le ngu-9.12 apho kuthiwa khona abantu bomthonyama nabo abafana ke namakhowe namasana kubalulekile ukuthi nabo bafakwe imilomo kwinkqubo babandakanywe kwinkqubo eziqhubekayo. Uthi ke uyayibulela kakhulu into yoba ke nabo ekugqibeleni bengabantu bebala babe nabo bayaqwalaselwa kwelizwe ke into ayafuna uyibulela leyo kuqala.
Okay, this is worth, like I said, with great joy and sadness that I'm standing here, because as a traditional doctor, which regularly uses the fields and the forests, especially the mountains, I see no fire lanes in Deitelsdorp, Kamanasiberg, in Swartberg, and I've also said, because I still visit my family who lost their dad while they still were children, and that family went down the drain because my uncle died in a devastating field fire, and that family was not refunded or taken care of, and as a result they suffer. So I also want to urge this Parliament to increase the bill for resources. You know, most money talks. I'm not done yet.
Uthi ke ubulela into bakhe nake abe nalo ithuba ke nguluba ngokakwazi uthetha ngokhulekileyo esazi ukuthi uhlonitshiwe unikiwe ilungelo ngokwenkcubeko yakhe nanjengomuntu osebenzisa amayeza emveli uyawahambela namangcwaba okhoko bakhe kwaye ke kwezinye indawo kukhona ulwazi ulolaphuncuko lalahleka ngokomnombe wabo. Because abanye babhubha emlilweni, abanye ke akange ukuphinde bafumane imbuyekezo ngelahleko abathi bayifumana ke ngenxa yemililo.
Then I would also like to point out that I see the illegal dams in the rivers and in the mountains and in some catchment areas, especially here by George. I have reported it to the water and the fire sanitation, but they're just an organization with no teeth.
Ndiye waqaphela kakhona amenye amadama angakho semthethweni phaa kwezantaba zaseGeorge apha ke wayefaka ingxelo ngazo eyobika kwabasemagunyeni kodwa akabikho nto yenzekileyo ke ngazo.
And also then they were asked by the Kango River, there's 4 illegal dams, but nothing has been done so far to let the water flow. Now the reason why the water needs to flow, because these rivers, besides feeding our communities, obviously the fauna and the flora, these can also serve as a stopper to the fires.
Uthi ke kwakhona nangona ke kukho lamadama naphanga kumlambo ikhonga ke ukhona amanye amadama angekho semthethweni aphaya akunovunyelwa ukuthi nje kubekho ke umuntu othatha isigqibo soba makathintele ukuhamba komlambo ngokuthi anqumle ukuhamba komlambo. Ngolo hlobo ke kwakhona lamanzi aqengqeleka apha emlanjeni asenokusetyenziswa njengesithinteli semililo uba mayinganweni.
As a farm dweller, I would suggest that you people employ the farm communities, those who live on the farms, and then also in our area, which I live now in a village. So because the firefighters normally arrive late when there's fires in the fields, in the mountains, because the farm workers are normally closest in the communities.
Uthi ke ufuna ucebisa into yoba ke mayingabalekwa into yoba makuqeshwe abantu abahlala ezifama njengoba naye ngumhlali wasefama kodwa ehlala kwindawo yena ayithatha njengevillage phaya efama. Uthi ke xa kuqhambuka umlilo kuze ke kubiziswe inqwelo zomlilo zithatha ithuba uze zifika sekudaleke umonakalo omkhulu kanti ke uba bekunoqeshwa abahlali bapha efama ngabona bakufutshane kanye apho umlilo uqhambuka khona.
Okay. Yeah, then there's the last point what I want to say regarding the budget. Now, I don't know whether it was captured because these two translators were consulting with each other. People, South Africa, like I said earlier, rightfully belongs to us because the blacks and the whites, they both come from the north. But now we know where, when it comes to deciding what happened to the resources of this country, nowhere do we benefit. Now our people have to stand in the sun for 353 people have been killed also because they're fighting for the queues. In the queue. So I need you people to increase the budget so there can be resources like trekkers to make wide fire lanes. I've assisted the communities in Eisner where they lost a lot of family members. Matter of fact, we have some of them here and I actually wanted them to speak but I've seen the fire lane that was there. If the fire lane was at least between 50 and 100 meters, then they would Chief Ben Ulf here wouldn't have lost 9 family members and all the other family members because I spoke for all these people. I assisted them when Sun Parks got expert lawyers with 25 years experience of evicting them.
And yafuna ke nje ukutsho ke indima yezezimali mayiqwalaselwe makunyuswe inkxaso mali neqonda ke ilizwe laseAfrika lelethu bantu bebala kuba abantsundu nabemhlophe babasuka pha ngasemantla ukuzofikela kwelicala kuyinto bake makube kuyaliwa ngemigodi yonke into ezikhoyo noko into engafunekiyo mayenzeke kuba kaloku thina bebala singabaqala abangabemi ke belilizwe juthi ke siyayidinga ke inkxaso karhulumente kuba kukhona abantu ababhubha ezityhwini ke betyhalatyhalana kuba belindele imali kanti ke kuba bakunokongezwa imali kubekho indlela zoba kuthintelwe nale mililo iqhubekayo naphayana indakumililo ibiqhubeka uba lo mlilo uwenzeke ngendlela ethile engenzeka uhlobo yenzeke ngalo ngezibe khona mhlawumbi indlela zoba mawuthintelwe la mililo inganweni ngela hlobo abantu batshelwe bonakalelwe ngola hlobo konakale ngayo.
Okay, thanks a lot. Now that is what needs to be done. I would say, while we talk about this fire protection act, how about food security? Wider fire lanes, especially when with these communities here in Eisner. The forests are very fertile. Turn those land into food security because they used to grow patatas. If you know Fila, the book that was written about the boss, there was fire, they would use to plant patatas there and they still have a festival. So if they plant food there, that fire, that food is going to be food security, but it's also going to be a very effective fire lane to stop the fire from reaching the houses in those communities.
Khona indima yokuba kokutya nayo kuba semngciphekweni ngalendlela yale mililo kutheni mhlambi singayiguquli le mililo sisebenzise ngendlela eyakhayo nephucukileyo yoba ke amahlathi lawo amadlelo aqhamuka imililo asetyenziswe njengendawo zokuvelisa ukutya umzekelo kukithafa phaya kwakulinywa kulo ibhatata lezazinhle kakhulu kanti bangaba ke kunothi kusetyenziswe lamadlelo njengendawo zolima kuvezwe ukutya kwazona lo masimi wona qala ayathintela imililo inganwenwi ibheke phambili.
Thanks a lot. The lead material is the writer of the book, but there was also a movie about it, Philasecond, but this is my solution, that indeed we need to get wider fire lanes and then also plant it with food because we need homegrown food.
Ukhona ke umbhali wencwadi ethi Philasecond nayo eyayibalula into efana nale ndithethayo kubalekile kuba ke kwandiswe nalamadlelo okanye nendlela zokuthintela imililo pha emadlelweni. Enkosi.
Right. Okay. Mandibulise igama lami Cynthia Mbatha, original from KZN but ndihlala lapha eGeorge ngoku ezone 9. I'm also the chairperson of Brighter Future Co-op.
Greetings to everybody. My name is Cynthia Mbatha, originally from KZN, but I'm a resident of George.
And ndicinga ba apha sonke ingxaki yethu ngumlilo emadlelweni.
I think all of us who are present here, our major problem is the Veld fires.
Ndicela ugovernment aka ajonge ngoba disebenza emahlathini. Phayana sisusa oma blackwood, blackwater, everything. ingaske umasipala create imisebenzi yabanye abantu abazo remove ezazinto because ezona zikhoza umlilo ba ungalawuleki okokuqala ngoba ziyoma zikhoze umlilo.
I'm working in the forest and we remove things like black wood and black water. I suggest that the municipality or the government should employ more people to remove those plants that I referred to that can also assist in job creation. Because those plants are drying and result, they become hazardous.
And cela aqwalasele umlilo awuveski nje uvuthe sometimes ngoba ubasiwe. Xa kushushu kakhulu pha isebenza khona umlilo uveske nje uzivuthele in nowhere.
I think it should be taken in cognizance that the source of fire is not only when you make fire. Sometimes when those plants are dry and it's very hot, the fire can just erupt out of that plant just due to the heat.
Okwesibini iwari yam zi-permit. Why kuzonikwa abantu inyanga i-permit zokuba mazovuna impepho phayana because iyazimilela impepho. Kutheni benganikwa nje igunya uba mabayisebenzise yonke la mithi abayisebenzisayo bangabe kufanele babe ne-permit zokungena because impepho phayana ininzi ikhoza umlilo futhi nayo. Why bezonikwa igunya benganikwe kufanele babe babhatala i-permit zokungena bayokha into ezimilelayo ngoba idaliwe.
My other problem is the permits that people have to wait months waiting for permits to go and harvest the insect called impepo. That insect is also fire hazardous because it's a lot of it and it's a natural vegetation. I even don't understand why people have to be granted permission and have to pay for permission. Why can't they just be given a permission to go and harvest this insect? Because it's also a cause of fire.
And enye into indlela eziya emahlathini zimbi. Uthi sowulinyalelwe ngumuntu engasalimalanga ngomlilo like afeyinte pha take time ukuba umthathu umse ngaphandle. Umasipala maka create umsebenzi kube khona abantu abenza indlela emahlathini ukwenzela nezicima mlilo xa ziyocima zikwazi ukuhamba freely akho ndlela.
And furthermore, there are roads in the forest are in a very bad conditions. Even if somebody sustained an injury and an assistance has to be summoned, it's difficult for the vehicles to reach the person where the person is lying. Sometimes people get injured and not through fire only. Sometimes they just faint as they are working in the forest. And those roads are also not suitable for the firefighters' vehicles to get there. So I wish that there should be people employed to work on the road so that the road could be on a good condition.
Esinye isicelo sam makunyuswe imali yabantu abasebenza emahlathini. They are working in the high risk, but abantu abachola amaphepha apha elokishini bapaya more than aba bantu basebenza ehlathini. Then bake kufika ixesha lokuba kweli xesha lokuba umlilo wamadlela uvutha ngamandla bayabaleka abantu abasebenza emahlathini baye kuyosebenza emasimini because akho mali. So ngoku siza preventa njani umlilo xa imali yasemahlathini incinci imali enikwa zabantu basemahlathini kakhulu.
And furthermore, I want to propose that the people who are working in the forest, that job should be classified as the risk area. I mean a risk job. They should be paid more than anybody because the people who are picking just papers around the street are earning even more than those who are working in the forest to extinguish fires. And if there are a lot of fires or during the fire season, a lot of the workers working in the forest are leaving their work at the forest and resort to be seasonal workers in the plowing fields because they even earn more than those who are working in the forest or who are extinguishing fires. Thank you.
Molweni siyabulisa.
Greetings to everybody. Sondela tata.
Igama lami ndingumandla Jacobs.
My name is Mandla Jacobs.
Ndisuka Eastern Cape kodwa ngokusebenza lapha eGeorge.
Originally from the Eastern Cape, but I'm working in George.
Ndiyabulela ngale nkqubo yomlilo izosifundisa. Kodwa ke inasike inkqubo yomlilo bekade ndingayazi ba umlilo uyingozi. umlilo ndizofunda ngoku ndisebenza kwa Cape Nature, ndisebenza kwa Cape Nature apha ezindabeni.
Okay, I'm thankful about this program of teaching us about the danger of fires. I never regarded fires as something dangerous until I was educated at Cape Nature, where I'm employed, because I'm working there now.
Ndizokunatsika umasipala akakwazi usibonisa kakuhle indlela yokusebenza and umasipala walapha akasichasi and into eziningi nento zomlilo ezenzekayo sinokwazi ukuncedisa apha emilweni kanti asinazo into zosebenza.
The municipality does not support us. They don't give us proper training, and yet we could be very useful when there are fires erupt in the forest or wherever. We could be very useful if we could get proper training and be given proper equipment to go and assist. But it's something that does not happen to us because the municipality care less about us.
And nomlilo sendiwazi ngokumlilo nxa umnesika amahlathi vuta sendiwazi umlilo uthintelwa njani ba ndawufunda pha ka Cape Nature ndinazo certificates zapha somlilo sokucima umlilo ndasifunda pha ka Cape Nature leminyaka isiqanqa sebenza pha.
And even there's a fire that can erupt, I know how to stop that fire from progressing because I was taught and trained at Cape Nature, and I'm even in possession of a certificate of how to stop a fire from spreading.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu umasipala yena makasinike ilwazi asinike nesixhobo and iqasa nanosisi uphuma apha into eziningi pha ehlathini like impepho nezinkuni nalemithi sisakayo emikhulu waphaya yiyo lenza imililo ingacimi kuba le mililo ibinosuswa pha lemithi ibinomuva pha ibe kwenye indawo ingabikho pha.
I'm very grateful for this opportunity. If the municipality could train us and empower us with proper training and proper equipment, we can be very useful to assist it. I also want to support the previous speaker that it's not the incest only that can cause fires in the forest. Even the trees that are there, they are kind of trees that we use for wood that we chop. Those poles can be chopped and be placed away from the forest. Thank you. Excuse me, Chair. The speaker requests that he be given an opportunity to present seated.
Molo Minister, netimi yako, nenkosi.
Greetings to the chair and the entire team and the Trashal leadership,
Nabahlali.
as well as the community members.
Anduzuba mde.
I won't be long.
I want to refer kusakwela kule bill yakho pa item number 7.
I want to refer you to page, item number 7.
Page 8.
Page 8.
Ndibambe kwanye. Ibhalwe kakuhle lanto ibhalwe phaya la description ye local government. Umonakalo womlilo nengxaki zomasipala.
The description, the way it is captured correctly about the damage and that caused by fire and the challenges or the problems of the municipalities.
I
did not introduce myself. I am Zolisa Satula.
The ward committee.
A ward committee member.
At Pito municipality.
At the Pito municipality.
Umlilo ingozi kakhulu kaba nami victim yomlilo.
Fire is very dangerous, very dangerous. As a result, I'm a victim of the fire.
Ndiyayithanda nibanize nawo le item, but specifically ke ngoku kule description yakho ye local government.
I appreciate the fact that you brought this program here, and the description as well as and the issue that where it refers to the local government.
ndibe ndiyixhasa ke ibill ke njengoba
I
bekuvotwa
also
masiyixhase.
support the bill,
Support the
as it
bill.
was indicated that we should also
And
indicate.
ndifuna ufakele la masolotya.
I want to propose that the following should be inserted.
As a ward committee thina sinengxaki enkulu yabantu abatshelwayo.
As the ward committee, we are faced with a bigger challenge of people who are becoming victims of fires,
Kutsha abantu abasematyotyombeni,
people in informal structures,
kutsha abantu abanezindlu ze-RDP.
people who are staying in RDP houses.
Ingxaki ngoku abantu bakwendlu ze-RDP abaphinde bancediswe.
Now the challenge is that those who were already given RDP houses don't get assistance again.
Kube kuthiwe imali ebeyifumene indlu uyasazi story mos ibe into enjalo nje.
They'll be told that they were already allocated houses, and you know the story most.
Babeke abantu bona besafarisha ubomi babo, as I'm saying mna ndalahlekelwa abantwana bami ababili.
Whilst the people would be suffering, they'll be given that explanation. For instance, I am still suffering, and the people who also are from the RDP houses are also suffers, and be given the explanation. As a result of the fire, I lost 2 children.
And therefore ke ngoku ndifuna upropose ke kule kapha kule amendment yakho ezawuthi iye koomasipala bonke indawo eqala umasipala mababe ne-percentage kwi-budget zabo kwi-operational budget ye disaster.
I want to make a proposal in this amendment of yours. I wish that the proposal that I want to propose should be given to the local government or the municipalities, that they should have a percentage of disaster management of their budget.
Yeah, because what they do, iba khona allocation yenziwa i-disaster, but that's not enough to address umuntu otshelweyo otshelwe yonke into ongena nix. That is not enough.
Yes, currently there is an amount that is allocated for the disaster, but it's not enough for somebody who is a victim of fire who lost everything.
Enye into ke kukho la option yoba umasipala financing equity share. Nayo equity share leyo is not enough because abantu abangaphangeliyo baxhamla pha kuyo.
And the equity share that the municipality is financed or is assisting with is also not enough because people also benefit from it.
Therefore, I propose ke kubekho i-grant specific, like all other grants of Maspala. But kubekho le grant yomlilo. Maybe it can be about not only 1 million. I-grant ezawurestorisha umuntu obene RDP houses ayifumane indlu yakhe.
I propose that there should be a specific grant that is directed to somebody who's been a victim of fires. It should not be just 1 million. It should be an amount that is sustainable and enough to restore the person who lost their house and everything in it.
Specifically, la mntu xa ngaba la mntu ebese kwi-site and eseyisevisiweyo. So that person awunovele mntu uphinde umakhela ityotyombe.
Especially somebody who was already on staying in a serviced site. You cannot take that person back to an informal structure or a shack.
On that ke funeka futhi kubekho ne-directives, because what I found out uku-addressa le meko yabantu abatshelwe, like for example, kukho abantu basematyotyombeni banangoku babetshelwe, but every year kubakho uluhlu lwezindlu abafakwa phaya.
And there should also be a directive because in Platt there are people who lost their houses through fire, who were already allocated RDP houses, but the list is still going on. People are being allocated RDP houses, new people, but those who were already given houses and lost their houses through fires are not being taken care of.
Lastly, abanye abantu ke bazi-victims zomlilo ngabantu abasebenzela umasipala ekulindelekileyo uba bekumele uba bafumana indlu through i-bond, but because ePlato ayikho i-bond ye-civil servant employment pay, because indawo yongxowa le. Abantu abaphaya ngabantu i-civil servant ezakhulayo, but i-capacity ye-economy ayikwazi ukhetharisha kubekho amasipala abasebenzi amasipala bafumane izindlu zebond. As a result, sihlala nawo belokishini pha. So xa etshelwe ngoyindlu etshelwe ngumlilo laa mntu lowa kuthiwa no wena usebenza ngomasipala abe umasipala yena uqala engena provision yaloo nto ubreach i-constitution for that matter.
And some of the people who are becoming victims of fire are people who are working for the municipalities. There are people who supposedly qualify to have a bonding houses through the bond system. But Plet is an area which is for the capitalists. So it does not cater for civil servants to qualify to have a bond or to get a house, to can build a house with the amount of bond that they qualify for. And when they go for the RTP, they are told that no, you do have an employment, you work for the municipality, whereas his salary or his status it does not qualify him to get a bond in the area where we are staying in the Plet. So those people who are working for the municipalities are still staying with us.
Enkosi ndingathemba ke le bill ke izawuhamba ikhawuleze because lo mba uyatshisa kakhulu and xa ufika eParlamente akuzube kusiliwa kuzawuvunyelwana njengoba ndibonye iibhili zipasiweyo ezingekho good zikhawuleziweyo lena is very urgent funeka ifumane isupport 100% members eParlament. Enkosi.
I thank you. I hope that this bill is going to be sped up because this bill is an urgent bill. It needs to be given much attention. I hope when you arrive at Parliament, you are not going to argue, you are going to pass it because I've seen some bad bills that have been passed without any problem. So this is a very urgent bill. It needs to be given the speed it deserves. Thank you. Enkosi.
Mandithathe ithuba ndizibulisele.
Let me take this opportunity to greet the committee.
Igama lam ndinguzukile Rhogoana.
My name is Zukile Rhogoana.
Originally ndiphuma kuQumbu eEastern Cape kwilali zaseTsilethu.
I'm originally from Qumbu in an area of Tsuletu.
Kodwa ngoku ngokuhlala ndihlala apha ePlettenberg kumasipala waseBito municipality.
I live under Bito municipality in Plettenberg Bay.
Ndiphinde ndibulise ngokukhethekileyo uCommander Nazir we-EFF.
Special greetings go to Commander Nazir representing the EFF.
Ndingene kulomthetho uyilwayo.
I am going to talk on this bill.
Ndiyawusupporta lo mthetho uyilwayo.
I do support the bill.
Isithethi besike sethetha apha ibisisithethi sesibini kwisithethi sokuqala.
The presenter who presented here was the second presenter from the initial presenter.
Naso esiphuma phaya eBito.
That presenter also comes from Bito.
Sithethe okuninzi ebendizokuthetha.
He has dwelt much on what I was going to say.
Kodwa ndaqonda into yoba manika isaphuma apha elayinini mandizothi ndiyisupporta le bill.
But I decided to stay on the queue so that I can voice my opinion on the bill. To support.
Buninzi ubungozi okwenziwa ngumlilo.
Fires cause a lot of damage.
Siluza ifamily zethu.
We lose our families in the process.
Iyachaphazeleka ne-education because kaloku le mithi eye itshe yile eye yenzela amaphepha esiwaphetheyo.
The education fraternity gets affected because the papers that we use emanates or are extracted from the trees.
Ndinovuyo noqulumanco kakuthiwa omasipala bazonikezwa uxanduva babe noxanduva lokungenelela.
I am grateful to hear that the municipalities will be given a role so that they can intervene in this process.
Ndiyakwa nesicelo apha kwi-members zeParliament.
I do have a special plea to the committee.
Kulo mthetho uyilwayo makuke kuthathwe ingqwalasela kubantu abanezakhono Yes, babe kuthethe sasithethe sokuqala abantu abayazi ba zintoni ingxaki zintoni i-causes ezenza umlilo zinokukhuselwa njani.
On the bill, we would like these bills to have a clause that says that the people must be educated because there are some certain causes that make, there are certain things that cause fires.
Ngo-2016 sike sakwi-disaster i-cutting route leyo yonke iNisna and Platte.
In 2016, there were fires across Naisna and Plettenberg Bay,
Apho the ex-president, uPresident Jacob Zuma waye wenza visiting.
whereby even the ex-president, President Zuma, was compelled to come and do oversight.
Apho kwaye kwakhona nenye ye-colleague yam esiyiluzayo emsebenzini ephangela kwezomlilo.
In that process, we also lost our colleague who was working on this firefighting.
Ithethe ukuthi nyani ke lento yalomlilo inobungozi besicela kube khona aba bantu abanezakhono abakwaziyo ukucima umlilo mabaqeshwe makubuyiselwe lamapolisa ayikhona ngaphambili abantu abagadayo abagada amahlathi.
Skilled people must be employed on this firefighting, and also the policemen who used to safeguard the forests must be brought back as well.
Siyayazi sinengxaki ye-unemployment eninzi yabantu abatsha abangaphangeliyo.
Indeed, we are aware that there is a huge unemployment on the side of the youth.
Masibe nemithi esikwaziyo ityalwayo kula mahlathi le apho umlilo ithi ingakwazi ukuphumela okanye ukugqithela.
We must be able to plow trees whereby the fires cannot be able to go through.
Makasetyenziswe u-agriculture for ukulima namafama ukwenzela uba umlilo ungakwazi ukugqithela kwenzakalisa abantu.
The Department of Agriculture must also be involved so that the fire cannot be able to spread. There must be agricultural activities.
Yes, babe ndishilo izinto ezininzi benzozithetha besezithethiwe.
Many things have been alluded to.
Kodwa ndifuna uaphila kwezi members zeparlament bendinesicelo.
I do have an appeal to the committee though.
Kwisithethe esilapha ngaphambili sinento esiphakamisileyo ebaluleke kakhulu.
The previous presenter raised a very, very important matter.
Kunabantu abatshelwayo abasebenezindlu already.
There are people who are affected by fires, having been owners of certain houses.
But aba bantu ngenxa yokungabikho komthetho uba xa ubusenindlu xa utshelwe indlu phinde wakhele kwa indlu.
But now the problem is there is no law which says that if your house was burnt, how do you regain back your property?
Ndiyayazi ke kuzoba kungakhona nokuthi kwenziwe kube khona okungahambi ngendlela ngokwasemthethweni abantu basishisa izindlu ngamabomu kuba umuntu eyazi bozaphinde afumane imbuyekezo okanye okhele indlu ephucukileyo.
I am aware that people can transgress the laws whereby they will burn their properties deliberately so that they can regain something from government.
Phaya ePlatte ndinotata omdala kakhulu nomama omdala kakhulu.
In Plettenberg Bay, I've got two elderly people
Abaye bahlaselwa ngumlilo ngenxa yombane kacimicimi imbane. Xa ubuyayo umbane intamba kwadubula ibox batshelwa yindlu.
who were affected by fires because of load shedding.
Till today aba bantu abanandlu. Kwaye kwanyanzeleka umasipala abanikeze xa banikezayo banikeza imaterial. Imaterial yabo is just amaplanga namazinga.
Up until today, they didn't get any assistance from the municipality. The municipality only gave them equipment such as wood and zinc.
Babe beluze konke ebekunako and beluze indlu yabo yexabiso abantu abadala abanjalo and ingabantu begrant.
They lost everything you can imagine because they are depending on social grant.
Bendiyicela iparlament noko ibe nengqwalasela okanye ise kwisebe exuppose libe liyajongana nalento elidilayo pha ku human settlement kwa housing.
I would like the committee to refer this matter to the Department of Human Settlements.
Because ingxaki kukhona lento yokuba izindlu xa busakhelwe indlu ngoku awukwazi uphinde wakhelwe indlu because utshela.
The problem is that you don't get another house because your house has been burnt down. So you don't get any other second provision.
So ke mandibulele malungu eParliament sithemba ukuthi lo mthetho nezendlela ukulungisa emahlathini kwenzela baxa kutshayo izicima mlilo zikwazi ukukhawuleza sifikeleleke kube kuyakhawuleza ucimeka kungakachaphazeleki abantu abaninzi.
We hope that this bill will be turned into law so that also the firefighters can come and address the matter on time in order to avoid further damage.
because ngo-2016 abazali bethu baluze imisebenzi atshila amahesi bemka belungu bemka basala bengaphangeli.
In 2016, there was a lot of damage. Even our parents found themselves out of jobs, and also the employers were nowhere to be found. They went away.
Yenyuki interest ye unemployment.
The unemployment rate increased as because of that catastrophe.
So ndicela kuthatha ingqwalasela enkosi.
We do want this matter to be addressed. I thank you very much.
Ik is Sheila Abrams. Ik is afkomstig van Vali. Ik verteenwoordig een gemeenschap. Excuse. Dan kom je van vooraf beginnen.
Ja.
Mijn naam is Sheila Abrams. Ik verteenwoordig een gemeenschap van Vali.
Sheila Abrams is the name. I'm from Valley. I'm representing the people from there.
Igama lami nginguSheila Abrahams, ndimele abantu bapha eFali, ndisuka kula ndawo nami.
Vandaag wil ik aan die parlementsteenwoordigers vragen. Ons blij op een klein plekje. Dat is een bosbouwgemeenschap.
Today I want to request the parliamentary people, we are staying at a small forestry area.
Namhlanje ke ndizokwenza isicelo eParlamente sihlala kwindawana encinci engqongwe ngamahlathi.
Die vertaler maakt bij jou het wel door elkaar.
Je sal maar moet geduldig wees want ons moet dit oordra, ons moet die boodskap
Kunnen mensen niet
oordra.
praten, dan nemen hulle dit op niet.
Ja, je moet praten, mevrouw. Wees net geduldig, ons moet het oortolk, want alle talen worden niet hier verstaan. Nie. En mensen ook hier verstaan niet, alle talen. Word net geduldig. Ons moet het oordra, alsjeblieft toch.
Zoals ik gezegd heb, ons blij in een klein gemeenschapje, een klein bosdorpje, waar Sandpark een beheer is daarvan. Nou, wat ik graag wil weten en die gemeenschap wil weten is, wat maakt ons als die municipaliteit niet kan uitkomen naar ons toe nie, want die municipaliteit sê ons bly nie in hulle gebied nie.
As we have said, the area that we are staying is a small area. What I would like to know, what should we do when the municipality does not come to attend us? Because the municipality people alleges that the area that we stay at is not a residential area.
Kuthiwa ke kule ndawo sihlala kwindawo engamkelekanga ngokusemthethweni kuba yindawo encinane. Ngoku singenza ntoni ukwenzela into yoba umasipala asinike uncedo kuba umasipala uthi laa ndawo ayifanelekanga into yoba iqatshelwe njengendawo efaneleke uhlala abantu.
In 2018 het ons 'n brand gehad. En dit was 'n verskriklike brand geweest daai.
In 2018, we had fire burns there, and it was excessive. It was a real damage that was caused there.
Ngo-2018 ke saba nokuqhambuka ke komlilo kwaye kwenzeka umonakalo omkhulu kakhulu.
Ons het lewens verloor daar, 9 lewens is verloor. 16 huise is afgebrand waarvan ons.
We lost lives, 9 people died, 16 houses were burnt down.
Saba nokuphulukana ke nobomi babantu, abantu abayi-9 basutywa kukufa kwaye ke namakhaya ayi-16 athi atsha.
Nou ek wil as dit die brandbesigheid wat nou hier in die gang is, as dit daai tyd al in plek was, dan sou dit nie gebeur het nie. Want ons het die bosboumense daar gevra, sit in die bosdorp vir ons equipment dat ons mee kan werk wanneer daar 'n vuur uitbrand, soos 'n vuurwaandjie wat daar so 'n waterwaandjie wat staan by die saal.
Let's say there were better preventions at that point in time. Then definitely the damage is incurred. that would not been experienced by the residents there. And we appeal that provision should be done for preventive measures.
Uba ke kwakungekho malungiselelo akhoyo, kwakufanele uba kubekho amalungiselelo akhoyo ukwenza bangabikho lo monakalo. Siyacela uba kwixesha elizayo xa kukho imonakalo enjalo kubekho amalungiselelo okucima lo mlilo.
Ook waterpype, die wat die firemense gebruik om die vuur dood te maak, sit op elke punt kan hulle dit sit, sodat wanneer daar vuur uitbreek, dan kan ons dit gebruik om die vuur, om te verhoed dat die vuur versprei.
Also, let us say, if there could be water pipes available, so that if there should be a burnout of fire, we use these pipes to distinguish the outburns of fire.
Siyacela ukuba kubekho iipipe zamanzi ukwenza uba xa mhlawumbi kungenzeka kubekho umlilo, ukunwenwa komlilo, eza pipe zamanzi zisetyenziselwe ukucima umlilo.
Ek sal ook voorstel dat die gemeenskap opleiding ontvang hoe om 'n vuur te bestry, wat om te doen in so 'n geval.
I would also propose that the community should be also taught of how to prevent should there be a burnout of these fires.
Ngesiphakamiso sokuba ke abantu bokuhlala bafundiswe ngendlela zokucima imililo xa inothi ivele.
Ook rondom die bosdorpe dat hulle daar bane sal maak sodat die vuur het sy eie wind. As hy vuur dan versprei, dan is daar 'n baan wat sal keer.
I also propose that there should be open fields that so that if there are fire burnouts, then in those open fields, that would be preventive measures to distinguish the fire out.
Sizawucela ke into yoba kubekho imihlaba evulelekileyo engenangca ukwenza uba xa kukho umlilo ezo ndawo zikwazi into yoba zibe sisikhuseli umlilo unganwenwi.
Nou wil ek vra, wie gaan man staan vir 2018 se brandslagoffers, want ek wil vir u sê ons het baie deur gegaan.
I also want to ask, who will now stand up to assist the 2018 fire burns that people who suffered there?
Ndizawucela uba ndibuze uba ngubani onosinika uncedo ukuze kulungiswe laa ngxaki eyathi yenzeka ngo-2018.
Ja, want ons het alles verloor. Ons het daar uitgestap net met die klere aan ons liggaam.
We lost everything there. We went there out only with the clothes that we were wearing.
Salahlekelwa yinto yonke saphuma nje neziqu zethu kuphela.
En tot vandag toe ek kan vir u sê het ons niks ontvang nie. But
until today, allow me to say, there is nothing that we actually received.
Eneneni ke zange sifumane uncedo uzothi ga ngoku.
Sandpark, ek gaan dit sê. Sandpark het daar was 'n fonds vir ons gestig vir Fali se brandslagoffers. Is 'n fonds gestig en ek kan
At Sandpark there was a fund established for all people that had suffered out of this burnout.
Abakwa Sandpark bathi basungula ingxowamali eyayijoliswe ekuncediseni amaxhoba omlilo.
En tot vandag toe het ons niks daarvan gekry nie. Toe ons praat met hulle daaroor, toe het hulle baie dinge vir ons te sê daarvan.
Until today we have received nothing out of these funds. Instead, when we asked or queried this, they had a lot to say about this.
Unanamhlanje ke asikafumani kwancedo kule ngxowamali.
Hulle sê toe, hulle het ons beddens gekry wat hulle laat maak, daai houte beddens, hulle het ons yskaste gekry.
They said they had made bedding for us and they had given us fridges.
Bathi ke hayi zikhona izixhobo abasinika zona ezifana ne-fridge nezinye.
En hulle het dit gekoop uit daai fonds uit wat ingekom het.
They said they had bought these items that they gave us with the monies or funds that they had received.
Bathi ke bathenga ezi zixhobo bithatha kulaa ngxowamali babesilungiselele yona.
Hulle sê daar's 33,000 is nou nog oor. Daar's vir elke huisgesin wat ons is 10 R3,000.
They said there is an amount of 33,000 that is left and for each and every family to get out of this money. And we are 10 family members.
Singamalungu ke sinentsapho ezilishumi bathi ke bazokusiqhekezela kwi 33,000 yayishiyeke kulaa ngxowa-mali.
Nou wil ek graag weet, wat gaan gedoen word, want is 'n klomp ou mense wat daar so bly. Daai mense kan nie nou weer van voor af begin om huis op te sit, om alles te koop wat hulle verloor het nie. So iemand moet ons assist in dit. En ek is bly vir die panel, sodat ons het sê ook kan sê en ons gehoor kan word.
Now I want to know, it's elderly people that are staying there. And those people, there is nothing that they can do for themselves. That is, I would like to know now from this panel, what could be done for us.
Sishiyeke ke nabantu abadala abaphayana, ndifuna ukubuza ke kukomiti into yoba ingancedisa njani na kwezi ntsapho zabantu abadala abashiyeke phaa.
As ek na die TV kyk, daar was vloede in KwaZulu-Natal, daar was 4 gewees.
When I look at TV, there were floods at KwaZulu-Natal, there were fire burnt out.
Xa ndijonga ke kumabonakude ndibone kukho impuphuma phaa KwaZulu-Natal, kwabakho nemililo eyathi yavela phaya kulaa monakalo wakutshanje waKwaZulu-Natal.
Daar was onmiddellik vir daai mense fondse beskikbaar gestel vir hulle huise, vir dit wat hulle verloor het. Ons wat hier in die Weskaap is, ons het niks gekry nie. Die president was nie eers by ons gewees nie, maar die dag van die brand, die volgende dag toe sy daar so om daai mense te assist. Nou ek wil graag weet, is daar dan 'n verskil tussen hierdie brand of hierdie ramp en daai wat daar gebeur?
Funds were immediately made available for those people, damages that they had incurred there. And the president was also involved. And I would want to know, what is the difference as compared to those people there, what they incurred as compared to us at this end?
Ndifuna uqonda into yoba ke njengabemi boMzantsi Afrika yintoni umahluko phakathi kwethu silapha kweli phondo naKwaZulu-Natal, kuba phayana baye banikwa uncedo apho kwade kwafika nomongameli naye ezokuzibonela ngokwakhe. Ndifuna uqonda into yoba ke ngoku thina kutheni kukwenziwa kwanye kuzeke emzekweni nakuthi.
Ek wil vir u sê baie dankie dat u geluister het en ek wil vir u sê baie dankie dat Fali uiteindelik sy stem mondelik sal kan laat hoor.
I would say thanks.
Kan doen daaromtrent.
Thanks that you would listen to us and that Fali will ultimately be attended and that we will get attendance at last.
Siyabulela ke into yoba niye nasinika nathi indlebe soba sikwazi uvakalisa zethu ingxaki njengabemi baseFali.
Yes, I agree with the bill.
Ndiyavumelana nalo mthetho usayilwayo.
Thank you. Sorry, ma'am. Can I just ask, if possible, that fund that you mentioned, that Sandparks fund that was set aside, that the money you were supposed to get, can you give some of those details to Tialeka? She's behind you there, because we'd like to follow up on that with Sandparks.
I will appreciate
Okay.
it.
Right.
Once I've done before.
Reg, hy lig is 'n bietjie skerp. Goeiemôre aan een en elkeen aan die portfolio komitee. Ek wil myself voorstel, my naam is, ek hou my hand voor die lig want ek kan nie so lekker sien en die lig is baie skerp.
I'm greeting the members in front of me, but I have a problem with the light in front there. I can't see clearly.
Baie dankie.
I thank you.
My naam is Chris Manuel.
Chris Manuel is my name.
Ek is woonagtig in Hakkerwil.
I am a resident of Hakkerwil.
15 kilometers tussen Plettenberg Bay, wat die plek se naam is Bito en Nysna.
15 kilometers between Plettenberg Bay, this place is near Nysna.
Meer a rural area.
It's a mere rural area.
Ja. Ek wil graag aan die portfolio komitee vra, as was die die councillors genooi na hierdie sessie toe?
I would like to know from the committee members, were the councillors summoned also to appear here as we are here today?
Councillors.
What councillors?
Yes, please.
Yes, I'm responding to that one. We've always done that. We started in Stellenbosch on Friday. There were a lot of councillors there, including the deputy mayor, who sat with us until we finish. Yesterday as well, we were in Overstrand, Hermanas. There was a deputy mayor there and some councillors as well. So we do invite them.
Adjang burgemeester was ook daar. Hulle word altyd nooi ons hulle uit om na ons te kom.
What is strange with this one, none of them send us an apology. Some will send an apology to say we are
Wat
committed.
baie snaaks is in die geval, geen een van hulle sien nie. Geen een van hulle het eers gesê hoekom hulle nie hier is nie.
But I know, I'm trying to understand their concern. If there are issues that relates to these municipalities, raise it with us. We're going to write to them. And the beauty about that, the mere fact that they didn't come here, once we write them to them and ask them to be accountable,
yes,
they will definitely have to account.
As daar feite is wat julle affekteer in trend hierdie municipaliteit, meld daardie feite, die parlementlede sal dit opneem, parlementlede sal hulle kontak, sal hulle in kennis stel van al die
Baie dankie.
Thank you very much.
Want dit is vir my 'n concern dat ek bly in die area vir meer as 50 jaar.
For me it's of great concern because I'm staying in this area for more than 50 years.
And I don't want to be politic.
Ek wil nie politiek wees nie.
Want voting time, dan sien jy kom verskillende politieke partye na het use die stroom.
Kom stemmetye, dan sien jy verskillende politieke partylede rondbeweeg tussen die mense.
Vir meer as 50 jaar in die area waar ek bly, is daar nog geen brandbane gemaak nie.
For more than 50 years in the area there I stay, there were no fireplaces that were foreseen for the community. Fireplace.
Ons is ongeveer 150 informele huise, plank, wat bestaan uit plank en plastic.
We are staying in 150, 150,
yes, 150. 150.
150 houses built out of wood.
No fire belts.
No fire belts at these houses.
Vele keer is daar met die councillors, is dit op die tafel gelê.
This has been mentioned several times, placed in front of the council members on the table.
Tot na nou toe, geen aksie is daar gedoen nie.
Until this moment, nothing has been done.
En dis eintlik die hoofrede hoekom ek vra, is die councillors hier, want ons moet hier met parlement praat, face to face.
That is the reason why I ask, are there council members? Because here we are now. We must now address or speak to members of the parliament directly.
Sou ons as die mense wat vir hulle gestem het, belangrik in hulle oë gewees het, sou hulle hier gewees het.
If we as people who had voted for them appeared to be of importance in their eyes or in their faces, definitely they would have been here today.
Vorige sprekers het gepraat oor hoe daar huise verloor is, lewens verloor het.
Previous speakers had spoken about houses that they lost, lives lost.
Nou is daar vir my as gemeenskapsleier 'n bekommernis.
For me now it's of great concern as a leader of the community.
En even government instansies is ook nie onskuldig nie. Government institutes, they are even not guilty.
Even government institutions, they are even not guilty.
They are guilty.
They are guilty. Sorry.
Die rede daarvoor is in die Bito area.
The reason for that is in this beaten area.
En special in die rural area waar ons 'n tekort kom aan education.
Particularly in the rural areas where there is a great lack of educational facilities.
So nou, sou daar by ons vure uitbreek, wag ons omtrent 'n halfuur vir 'n vuurtrok om by ons uit te kom.
If there's any burnout of fire, they will have to wait for half an hour for a fire extinguisher to arrive at the place.
No fire hydrants in our area. So, wanneer daar nou 'n vuur gaan uitbreek in die gemeenskap, is al die huise destrooi.
When there's a fire burnout at that area, immediately all houses are destroyed.
Die gemeenskap is omring met die plantasies van PG Bison, MTO Forestry en sandparke.
Communities are surrounded by various plantation areas at the place.
No support from them.
There is no support of any name.
En ek vra asseblief vir hierdie portfolio komitee van parlement.
I ask the parliamentary committee
to doen om 'n beroep om hulle op die verskillende instansies te doen.
Do a request on these various instances or institutions.
Om hierdie gemeenskappe wat buite die dorpareas te bly en die munisipaliteite ingesluit om hulle te ondersteun.
To support these people who are staying at these areas out of the town vicinities, to give them support.
Dit is ook vir ons as leiers, as wardkomitees,
for us as leaders and ward committee members,
dat ons ook betrokke is by die opleiding van vuurbevegting.
We should also be involved in all the trainings that are given of preventing these fire burnouts.
So ek ondersteun die wysigingswet.
I support the bill.
Ja, en ook waar daar 'n beroep op die munisipaliteite gedoen word om die omliggende plaaseienaars te verplig om firebells te maak.
Also the municipalities should be requested to ask the area people staying in the vicinities to foresee that the provision is done to prevent these fire burnouts amongst the people.
Baie dankie.
I thank you very much.
Molweni ndiyabulisa ku-chairperson nesigqiba sakhe.
Good afternoon, greetings to the chair and the committee.
Igama lam ndinguvuyiswa Skun. Igama lam ndinguvuyiswa Skun from Mossel Bay African Farmers Union.
My name is Vuyiswa Skun from Mossel Bay Farmers Union.
Uhlala kwam kwesasitulo bendinengxaki ezininzi.
As I was seated in the chair, many things came to my mind.
But njengokuba abantu bethetha bathetha kwezi ngxaki bendinazo.
As people were here speaking on the podium, they also spoke on the issues that were also affecting me.
So andifuna ukutya ixesha ke ndiphinda-phinde ozo zinto.
I won't dwell much and also repeat what has been said before.
Kodwa ke endifuna nje ukucela ukuphakamisa.
I do have a proposal though.
Yinto yokokuba nyani singamafama sihlala kude ezilokishini.
We as the farmers live far away from the townships or from the location.
Ngoku xa kuthi gqile imililo iyasihlukumeza kakhulu asikwazi uncedakala.
When the fire burnings come or erupt, we don't get assistance because of the distance.
So ke ngoku besinesicelo into yokokuba nyani masitrainwe ukulwa nalomlilo kwenzela into yokuba sithi zisiza i-firefighters zifike nathi sizamile singabanini imhlaba.
Indeed, I am pleading that we must be trained in this field of firefighting so that even when firefighters come, at least we are already intervening on the situation.
Especially phakuthi yindawo ekude 60 to 70 kilometers away from Mossel Bay.
We live in far-flung areas, approximately 60 to 70 kilometers away from the main
So
town.
iyasibetha kakhulu uncedo lufika sesonakelelwe.
We are affected badly because when the assistance come, the damage is already done.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu ndingatyanga ixesha enkosi. Ibill yona hayi inhle kakhulu. Ndiyayixhasa enkosi.
I support the bill. I thank you.
Good afternoon, committee, traditional leaders and various communities. I'd just like to thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nathaniel Ulf. I'm from the Fali. I am sadly a fire victim of the 2018 fires. And I'm also a ward committee member for Ward 2, but the following information is my personal opinion, and I'm not representing anyone. Firstly, I support the bill. It looks nice, and the words are nice, but when it comes to implementation and maintenance and management, it's nowhere. So I'd just like to add, when it comes to maintaining the amended bill, I think the high risk areas should, the government should train the youth especially, and the unemployed people with basic firefighting training. So whenever there's a fire, we don't wait 2 hours, 1 hour, half an hour for firefighting department to get there. And also when it comes to implementation, necessary resources should be in place as the basic emergency fire drill evacuation plan. That these communities that don't know these things, I'd like Parliament to implement that and make sure that state agencies, private landowners abide by these implementations and laws. And also, I mean, with the amendment of the bill, it's going here are solutions to the current problem, which is employment. With this amendment, Parliament can and they should, as I've just stated, that they should create more jobs, skills development for the communities that is in the high-risk areas. And I plead to Parliament to make sure that private landowners do abide by the FBA rules and regulations. And also, we are working and we are staying close to the mountains. We are eliminating the alien plants. These plants, they get dried out in summer season or fire season. They are a fuel load and high risk. I'm going to throw myself under the bus here. I would make a suggestion or recommendation. If we could maybe, on these areas, government could assist with irrigation, and by this, you eliminate the chances of a wildfire or a fire spreading to various communities and across. And also, we see the bill, we see the laws, but we don't know how to act when it comes to these laws. So I would plead from Parliament as well, or to Parliament, is to provide communities with basic training of how to act when there's an emergency, because the lack of knowledge, it's the result that we have to deal with loss of life and so forth, and make sure that the local municipality, state and the state agents have the sufficient equipment and machinery to combat fires. Thank you.
My naam is Johnny van Botha. Ek is 'n gemeenskapsleier van Karatara in die National area. Ek ondersteun die wet, maar ek het concerns rondom dit.
Johnny Botha, I support the bill, but I do have concerns around it.
Wat my bekommerd is, maak die wet voorsiening vir die man op die grond.
What my concern is does the bill provide for the person on the lower person on the ground?
Ek vra dit in die geval met die National Veldfire van 2018, waar die wet die mense al reeds in die steek gelaat het.
I am talking about the fire burnouts of 2018 that we had, where people were left out in.
Dan, hoe gaan dit die mense help vir daai area as ons mense as gevolg van daai vure van 2018?
How is it going to help the people in that area as a result of those fires that had occurred in 2018?
Want as gevolg van daai vure is ons mense gedwing terug na informal shelters, na shacks toe.
As a result of the fire burnouts, those fire burnouts, our people were forced to move into shacks areas.
En hier sit van die mense vandag hier binne in die gebou wat vandag tot en met 14 in een gebou moet saambly as gevolg van die vuur.
Today we have some of those people seated here inside with us, where you get people, even a number up to 14 had to use one staying place.
En nou met die nuwe wet, wat het geword van die ou wet as mense daai tyd alles verloor het?
Now with the new act, what happened with the old act when people had all those sufferings or lost that lot?
Ek wil nie herhaal wat die vorige sprekers al reeds gesê het nie.
I do not want to repeat what has already been mentioned by the previous speakers.
Maar ongelukkig moet ek dit sê, omdat ek hoop het maak indruk vir die Valley Karatera omgewing, vir die mense wat lewens verloor het, mense wat huise verloor het.
Unfortunately, I must mention it with the hope that it will bring a difference to the people of the areas that they have lost houses and they have even lost lives of family members.
As ek net weer terug kan verwys wat in KZN nou onlangs gebeur het, teenoor dit wat hier gebeur het.
If I just have to mention what had recently happened in KZN and compare it with what had now recently arrived here.
Ek weet nie hoe kan ons dit vergelyk nie, dat daar was vinnige optrede vir die mense van daai provinsie, maar
I do not know how we can compare the events, but allow me to say there was immediate or soon attention to the people of that area, to the sufferings that they had incurred.
En nog steeds suffer ons mense in die Karatera Valley in die plaasomgewing.
Our people at Katari Farm and those areas of our vicinities are still until now suffering.
Vir mense van ander provinsies is daar gou geldelike hulp voorsiening gemaak, maar by ons het dit agtergebly. Ons mense bly nog steeds dieselfde.
For people of other provinces, immediate financial attention was given, but our people around are still remained with the sufferings that they had incurred.
Dan wil ek vra net rondom die wet. Ons mense is gefors in seks in. So jy fors daai persoon weer om met 'n kellyblik of wat noem jy dit 'n boula, 'n buitevuur te maak.
Around that, our people were then forced again to go and stay unbearable types of life in the shack areas, making their self-made methods of making fire in these staying areas.
Ek wil net terugverwys na bladsy 9, die Afrikaanse een.
Let me turn to page 9 on the Afrikaans side.
Ek wil net lees daar, die wetsontwerp gee vredesbeamptes en tradisionele leiers die mag tot betreding, deursoeking, arrestasie en beslaglegging op tersaaklike bewysmateriaal in die toepassing van die wet.
Inkokheli zemveli nabantu banikwa ilungelo lokuba mababambe abantu ukwenzela ukuba babonelele ukuba imfanelo zasemthethweni ziyenziwa zonke ngokufanelekileyo.
Maar tog word die mense gedwing om buitevure te maak.
Nakubeni kunjalo kambe abantu basanyanzelwa okokuba babasele phandle.
Net nou onlangs, ek weet nie as jy bewus is van hoe die ou bosbouhuise, ek dink ek sien baie van die ou bosboumense hier binne.
Kungekudala kufutshane abantu abaninzi base obos ingingqi. Bosbou. Forestry. Ingingqi ye farm my forestry areas.
Hulle het twee mense groot plankhuise of houthuise gebou. Nou onlangs is een van die groot huise plat gebrand.
Abantu bokhelwa apho izindlu ezinkulu zamaplanga okanye enkuni. Kutsha nje kungekudala enye yezo zindlu yatsha apho.
Nou kan ek nie sien as daar 'n different wet van government en 'n ander wet op die plaaslike munisipaliteite, ek weet nie, maar daai mense is weer gefors na 'n buitevuur toe as gevolg van hulle huis verloor, maar die plaaslike munisipaliteit het nie weer vir hulle voorsiening gemaak.
Those people lost their houses, but the local municipality did not do provision to foresee for these people.
So, dis wat ek sê, ek ondersteun die wet, maar daar vir my is daar sekere goed wat nie geraak word of dat raak nie die man op die grond nie.
I support the bill, but there are certain things that do not affect the lower persons of the community.
Dan onze plaaslike sandparke in die nuisnaamgewing. Ek het nou die ander dag met van hulle gesels rondom brandbane, rondom die bosbougebiede.
Sike sancokola ngeengingqi zethu ezisingqongileyo enayida kungekudala ezokutshisa apho kutsha khona ama.
Soos ons nou in die brandseisoen is, as u die karakter of sê liewer nuisnaamgewing reg deurkyk, sal u sien hoe toegegroei is ons nou weer van indringerplante.
Ngoku kanye ngeli xesha lixesha lokutsha kakhulu umililo eyenzekayo kule ngingqi isingqongileyo yale seNaisna apho.
En sandparke maak dit half onmoontlik vir mense om permitte te kry om daai indringerplante uit te haal.
Kube nzima kubantu babafumane ipermit okanye amaphepha mvume okususa ezo zityalo apho.
So wat ek hier vir parlement wil vra is, as u hierdie ding deurvoer, dink aan die mense op die plase en dink terug aan die 2018 vure van die nuisnaamgewing. Dankie.
Ndicela iparlamente icingele abantu, icingele nengingqi yaseNaisna, intlekele abaziphumelayo ngala nyaka ka-2018.
Goeiedag, mijn naam is François Woon, ik is van Zoar.
I'm François Woner from Zoar.
Ik ben lid van die Koranas.
I'm a member of the Koranas.
Maar ik sta niet namens die gemeenschap van Zoar, maar ik ben spreker voor Zoar gemeenschap.
I'm not representing Zoar as I'm standing here, but I'm their speaker.
Dat mij op je hart ligt, is een bang dankie voor het portfolio committee.
Firstly, I want to give you my heartfelt gratitude as the members of the committee.
En ieder en elke individu in hierdie gebouw wat hulle mis nou uitspreek.
And every individual in this building who have expressed themselves.
En ek hoop van harte dat dit nog net 'n vergadering gaat wees, maar dat dan toch iets daarvan zal komen.
I hope deep in my heart that it will not just be a meeting. This is something that is going to be executed.
My teleurstelling is dat eerstens hier is nie een munisipale bestuurder of enige raadslid wat ons mense kan verteenwoordig nie.
The biggest disappointment is that here is not even a single councillor or an employer or official from the municipality who can also be somebody who is representing us.
Daar's soveel probleme op tafel te lê. Maar ons fokus nou op die veldbrande en brand in alle opsigte.
There are such a lot of problems that we could put on the table, but now our focus is on the fires.
As ons praat, is dit nasionaal, maar as ons praat van provinsiaal, hier is twee menere van die provinsie, as ek reg verstaan.
If we talk about the provinces or provincial, there were supposed to be two members of the province, of the Western Cape province.
Ja, om nie brug te spring nie, hanteer ons maar sake van provinsiale vlak af tot op nasionaal.
Without jumping the bridge, now we are putting the issues that affect the province, we dish them out to the national government, parliament now.
Om te begin weer is, wat staan ons as 'n benadeelde, misplaasde gemeenskap?
And now there's a question of what kind of disadvantage we are in, we find ourselves as the community.
Disadvantage community. very disadvantaged.
We as the
community.
disadvantaged community.
Om opleiding te ontvang, die gebied waarin ons bly, is omsinge met berge.
To get a training, firstly, you should know that the area where we are staying is surrounded by mountains.
Sowel as kommersiële boerdery.
As well as commercial farmers.
Brandbestryding kursus is 'n prioriteit aangesien daar talle brande op veral op die kommersiële plase plaasvind. Verpligting priority.
Firefighting training is one of the priorities of the commercial, in terms of the commercial farmers.
Ons is ook bewus van die Korana-span wat hulle bes probeer om die munisipaliteit aan te moedig ten opsigte van opleiding in aspek rondom brandbestryding.
We are also aware that the Koranas did their best to encourage the municipality to provide them with the kind of training.
Praat nie namens die Koranas soos ek in die begin gesê het nie, maar
I am not speaking on their behalf as I indicated initially.
Maar ek as 'n persoon self lê klem op die kursus wat aangebied word. Cape Nature was 3 weke gelede by ons met die belofte dat daar kursusse aangebied geword vir brandpaaie te maak en kursusse sal aangebied word, maar daar het nog niks gekom nie. Cape Nature.
A few weeks ago, when we got in contact with Cape Nature, there was some kind of promise that we would get some courses and trainings that would be provided to us.
En dan is die kwessie oor brandbestrydingsorganisasies.
And there's also the question of these FPA's.
Soos ek genoem het, die Korana-san doen hulle bes, maar daar is nog nie in samewerking met die munisipaliteit so 'n organisasie op die been gebring nie.
As I've initially indicated that the Koranas do their best, but they don't get any joy from the side of the municipality in terms of support of collaboration.
As ons kyk na die gedragskode van die staatsdiens, vereis die grondwet 'n hoë standaard van beroepsetiek op alle terreine van openbare administrasie.
When we look on the code of conduct, when we look at the code of conduct, they claim or demand the high standard high standard of ethics that should be exercised.
Maar die amptenare se samewerking, Weskaapse regering spesifiek na verwys, want ons maak kontak met hulle, dat daar geen pogings aangewend word.
But as far as the Western Cape officials, when we try to make contact with them, that is the Western Cape government officials, there's no effort that we see or receive from their side.
Ek ondersteun die bil, maar net die verpligtinge en die verantwoordelikhede van die amptenare. Ons kan nie klem lê op die gewone ou nie, maar die amptenare wat hulle, ek sê, pligte versuim of nie nakom wat hulle teenoor die.
I support the bill, but we cannot put the blame of the failures of the officials to the ordinary person, because there are some failures from their side.
Dat is daarbij, dankie.
That is all, thank you.
Can I see show of hands from this side?
Kan ons ander kry van die kant af?
As you raise your hand, come to the center and occupy the chairs.
check under that mic.
You want.
What about the prince attendant?
Did everybody get the seats? Okay, let's follow that order then. Do I still have some more people who would like to speak from that side? No. So that's the last batch, I suppose. Okay. Sure. I can give the platform to you.
Hi, good afternoon all. My name is Lionel Iso, and I'm from George. I'm a member of the Ghani House, Ghani Aboriginal Khoisan House in Oudtshoorn. I think the fundamental purpose of today was for us to come and give direction whether we support or whether we don't support this bill that you've provided us. And I think I've heard quite a number of individuals, all the speakers speaking, and there were quite a number of concerns raised with the bill, and yet people have supported the bill. I find it fundamentally strange how we can support something with all the defects of all the concerns that we have on the specific document. Because what we need to understand is, once we support this document, then we support it in the form and manner as it is presented to us. And it is fundamentally flawed. From my perspective, firstly, this bill does not acknowledge the Khoisan leaders as leaders. Because in your document, you clearly indicate, it was narrated under paragraph, or rather bullet 9.12 on page 9. You clearly indicate we, I suppose the we, it's Parliament. Parliament are saying to me that we also are of the opinion that it is not necessary to refer this bill to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders in terms of section 39(1)(a). You further continue to indicate that since it does not contain provisions pertaining to traditional or Khoisan communities. Now, the Khoisan communities are inherently the first nation of this country. So how can it not be important? How can you deem it not important for the Khoisan communities to be consulted in a manner that you should have consulted them first? So fundamentally, I do not support your bill. This bill is an amendments bill. The act is already there. We have narrated, we all are wary and we all are well aware of the importance of protecting our fauna and flora against fire. That is why the act is there. I think the purpose of the bill is to become inclusive, to include the relevant communities. Now, you are clearly stipulating to us is that the very important communities is not relevant when it comes to this bill. So if we read paragraph, section 20, the amendment of section 26(2)(a), that will be on page, on page 4, the subsections 2 and 3. Let me just get there quickly. It reads as follows, all right? That a forest officer, this is now subsection 2A of the proposed amendment. A forest officer, a police officer, a peace officer, a traditional leader as defined in section 1 of the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act shall have certain powers. Now, we've already spoken about the powers too many times. Now, you go further and you say in this thing, provided that they have been trained to be competent by an accredited institution to exercise these powers to enter, to search, arrest, seize in terms of this act. Now, nowhere in this document, in this bill that you propose, do you give an indication, because I can guarantee you the percentage of our traditional communities, let's say leaders, are not trained to seize, to arrest. So you are, by virtue of that, just using semantics to color a thing nice, to make it look as if we are inclusive, but yet by virtue of the merits, none of these people will be able to execute the current powers as you are putting it in this thing. And if you do not insert a clear and concise indication of how are you going to do it, what will the time frame be, and first and foremost, a clear and concise indication that the traditional Khoisan leadership is acknowledged in this document, then I might think of supporting the amendments. Because currently this amendments, it is just a facade. It is the very thing that Veldfire is called, it's a smoke screen to indicate that we would love to include people that have not been included in the past. Because now I want you, if you say that Khoisan leaders are not part of your leadership and you do not regard them as important to consult them, then I want you to define who are the traditional leaders that you are actually talking about in the specific paragraph. Specify that for me then. The other one is paragraph 9.7 on page 8. On paragraph 9.7, let me get there. The bill grants peace officers, all right, I've already narrated that, the powers that the bill grants these peace officers, and also my focus area is on our traditional leaders. So up and until the time that you make the insertion that Khoisan leaders are acknowledged in section 26.2a, and the section is also short of the insertion that address the manner, so I want the manner and the time frame, amongst other, to be addressed. And now I want to go back to all the other matters that have been raised. Some people have raised matters about compensation for veld fires, losses that we have suffered. So if the Act does not specify, then your amendments are useless. It is futile. Because there's already an Act, that the Act exists. This is not a new document. It is just amendments. So your amendments does not address the needs and the concerns which were raised by 20 or 30 people that was here. But yet people indicated, I support this thing, but that but is very important for us to understand. If I support this thing as it stands here. And that but, and if we just go back to the traditional, or the, let me read the document again, or the reference. The Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act. Now the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act compels municipalities to have traditional leaders in local government in their structures. Up and until today, local government have not executed that because traditional leaders are not in municipalities. So if we didn't even execute that act, how are we going to execute what you are proposing? I totally oppose this document for lack of specified information and for the exclusion of the most imperative communities, the Khoisan, in this document. I thank you.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Ik is Frikkie Geertse. Ik vertegenwoordig Jonkersbergse bosbouwstatie. Eigenlijk vertegenwoordig ik al die bosbouwstaties. Als ik kijk van 1995, 93 af, want ik begin te werken aan bosbouw. Nee.
Frikkie Gense, I started 93, 94 to work at bosbouw.
Ik begon te werken en daar was nog geen zins voor ons zulke voorleggings gedaan. Van die staatse kant af tot nou toe nie, om te kom sê vir ons, hulle gaan ons nou kom accommodeer met staatsambtenaren om te kom sê, of nou kyk na veldbrande nie.
Nothing was done to us to tell us what we should do to look like the fire that are on.
Die staat het altijd voorziening gemaakt vir die blankes, wat in die areas gewerk het, vir hulle, vir geld en hulle sake, en nou sit ons.
Previously, the state made provision for the whites that were there to give them money, but now here we are.
Ons stemme was nooit gehoor nie.
Our voices were not listened to.
As jy kyk van in die oude dae of tot nou toe, hier kom nou weer 'n nuwe party in met walking on fire.
When you look at from the olden days until today, and there will be now new implements working with the fires.
Ons wil
Forest.
graag weet as breingemeenskappe op bosboudorpies, waar staan ons met die regering
As
in tyd van
at
brand?
Bosbrook area where we are staying, we would also as a community want to know where are we standing in relation as to the government.
Helaas, ons soek nie meer verlies in onze gemeenskappe nie. Baie dankie. Verlies nie. Ons soek nie meer verlies in onze gemeenskappe nie.
We, relief? We don't need any longer or any police services in our areas.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Mandibulise kubahlonipheke bonke abangaphambili.
Greetings to the committee.
Ndibulise kumuntu wonke okhoyo ngaphakathi.
Greetings to the fellow South Africans amongst us.
Lo uthetha apha ngu-Eric Mdaka.
I am Eric Mdaka.
Unyawuza umpondo uthahla.
My clan name is Nyawuza Mpondo Thahla.
Ngokuzalwa ndiphuma eMpuma Koloni eSada eVetlis.
I am originally from Sada in Eastern Cape.
Kodwa ke ndihlala apha eGeorge ndiphangela apha eGeorge iminyaka.
But now I am currently staying here in George and I've been here for quite some time.
Ngokuma ke kule ndawo ndinguceba wakwa 12 ethemba lethu kwindawo sezone 8 equka izindlu equka indawo zamatyotyombe oManyu Valley Botswana Gushindoda Odameni.
I am a councillor from Thembaletu in an area of Zone 8. I also represent places like New Valley and others.
Ndingukhansila ke uceba wabantu phansi kombutho kaKhongolose.
I am a councillor under the banner of the African National Congress.
Uceba wabantu.
I am the councillor of the people.
Yes. Ndimvile ke usihlalo ngaphambili esithi amagosa kaRhulumente zikhona izingxengxezo azifakileyo. Nangona kubhlungu xa simbona umasipala engekho kule ndawo.
Indeed, the chairperson alluded that she did receive apologies on the side of the municipal officials, even though we are not satisfied.
Ngoba ezinye zezinto ezithethwa kule ndawo ndicinga okokuba ngabana bekukuhlo kokuba bangaziva ngoba ndicinga okokuba ezinye inkqubo zizaba inxamnye yezinto ekumele okokuba babe bazenzile ngokwabo.
Some of the issues that have been talked to here also affect their areas of work. So it would have been great if they were here with us because it affects their line of functioning.
Akunani ke sekunjalo kodwa siyathemba okokuba baza kuva. Na njengoba ke ndimamele abaninzi bazibekile ke izinto eziyingxaki nezizisililo kwimicimbi edibene nemililo.
Many people have talked about things that are affecting them in this area of fire burnings.
Kuhle ke na njengokuba umthetho uyibeka kodwa ngokohlobo endiqwalasele ngalo kuyadinga okokuba na njengoba ezinye izithethiso eziwubekile siwuvule kakhulu singawujongisi kuphela kwela cala lidibene namafama namahlathi sisondele nasekuhlaleni.
It would be good that we can expand the scope of this bill so that we don't look at the farming and the forestry, but now we bring the bill closer to the communities.
Lento enyanzeliswa kokuba ingingqi sinazo ingingqi zamatyotyombe ezinye zikufutshane kwanazo namahlathi kwaye imililo.
It is precisely because that the informal settlements are closer to the forest.
Lonto ke ngoku ibangela okokuba nakukuhlala kuchaphazeleke kwimililo.
The communities are also affected by the fire burnings.
Ezi zinto ke nokulwa kwale mililo ndicimba kwimfundiso okanye kwizikills ezidingekayo kuyanyanzeleka okokuba iqale kuphume izinto eziya ezantsi ebahlalini kuyokufundiswa abahlali ngobungozi bomlilo.
It is very important that the people in the communities must be educated about the dangers of fire burnings.
Kulamaqumrhu nezi associations zibalwayo nanjengoba ndisithi mayingapheleli kwela cala. Ekuhlaleni ufumana zikhona inkonzo ezisebenzisa ukubheka ezintabeni. Aba bantu bayalala, aba bantu bayabasa.
In the communities, we do have things that have got to do with issues of forestry. People do use fires in the communities as well.
Abahlekazi nanjengoba bebesebethethile amagqirha ayisebenzisa amahlathi. Ngoku zonke ke izimfundiso aba bantu xa bethathwe bonke baqoku kwafundiswa bonke abantu ezi zinto zizawukwazi okokuba ngabana zingakwazi ukwenzeka. Abantu babe ne-knowledge yokuthi zintoni ezinokubangela okokuba imililo ingandi.
People must be educated about the causes of fire burnings.
Ezifama okanye kule mihlaba now zikhona ezi associations siyazibona zezabamhlophe.
We do see these associations in these farmers, but these associations only belong to white people.
Okulilungelo nokusisicelo okokuba kwabona abaphathi bamafama bafundiswe okanye bayinikwe inxaxheba ethi mabavumele abasebenzi babo batrainwe baqeqeshwe bangafuni uyibamba ulwazi kubo bodwa.
Farm owners also must take responsibility to educate their workers so that they don't, the trainings are not only directed to them but to their workers at large.
Ibise ibalulekiwe ke indaba yokokuba makuqeqeshwe abantu kucreatewe imisebenzi abantu abapha nakulama plus batrainwe betrainela ukusebenza pha because singanazo ezi firefighters okanye ezi associations zikude but abona abantu bazi ukubaluleka kwalamihlaba ngaba abantu bahlala pha kuyo bayisebenzayo ekulilungelo ke ngokokuba ibe ngaba abaqeqeshwa.
People who are living in the farming areas because they are dealing with daily activities, they are the ones who must be trained in this area of fire fighting.
Baqeqeshwe.
They must be trained.
Osomahlathi babuye.
And also those who are in the farmers farm who the officials work in the forest must come back.
Umasipala nangona bengekho apha kufuneka baxelelwe becetyiswa kwa iParliament okokuba bazame indawo ngoba kulamahlathi sifumana abantu abangenandawo zokuhlala abantu kuthiwa ngo-homeless bafike babase aba bantu xa bengathathwa pha babekwe ezindaweni kucreatewe i-place of safety for bona basihleli bezawuhlala emahlathini batshisa.
Parliament must advise municipalities to actually place the homeless people in places of safety because they are the ones who are causing the damages in fires because they live in those forests.
Lamadama nemilambo anqumla kulamahlathi kufanele okokuba ngoku kwandiswe okanye kuphuculwe infrastructure kubekho ii-points zamanzi apho zizawufunxa khona ukwenzela okokuba xa kuvela imililo zikhona indawo apha amanzi alula khona because i-fire brigade zihlala kude kwaye zithatha ixesha ukugcwalisa la matanki.
Fire brigaders live far away from where the fire normally come. So there must be an infrastructure whereby there must be water points so that if there is a fire eruption, then the issue can be addressed immediately.
Ndimvile ke u9.7 pha othi abantu xa uyikhangela pha ibithina la ndawo. Yeah, the bill grants peace officers and traditional leaders the power to enter, search, arrest, seizure relevant evidentiary material in the enforcement of the act. Kulungile okokuba ngabana balithatha uxanduva loyicontrola lanto. But kungoko kunyanzelekile okokuba abasezantsi bafundiswe so that
I hear the bill in clause 7 saying that the police and traditional authorities have got the power to search and arrest those who are implicated. But it is very also important that the people on the ground must also be given some responsibility.
Ndizawubulela kodwa ngelithi nokuba ayiyo le iparlamente kwisitting ezizayo xa isondela komasipala mayibacele okokuba noba ubani ufake iapology mawabe khona amagosa athunyelwayo abe khona kamasipala. It can't be into yobana sihlale sisodwa kwezi ndawo sithethe sibethe sizibhulela abona abantu kufanele okokuba lezi zinto bazaziimplementa ngokwabo abekho.
I heard that there was an apology regarding the municipal officials, but it is not also okay for us to deliberate issues. Those officials, if maybe a particular official is not around, there must be a delegation of somebody because they are the ones who must enforce these laws.
Mandibulele ke ndisithi ndiyahambisana nale nkqubo ngethemba elithi iziphakamiso ezilapha nezibekiweyo zawuthi zithathelwe ingqalelo. Enkosi.
I thank you and I support the bill, hoping that everything will be implemented.
Okay. Thatha isiXhosa. Ndiyabulisa apha endlini.
Greetings to the committee and the community at large.
Ndibulise kumalungu eParlamente athe alapha namhlanje.
Greetings to the members of parliament who took time to hear us today.
Ndibulise ngenkokheli uMama uSihlalo.
And special greetings to the chairperson of the committee.
Okay. Now, mna igama lam ndingumzwandile Gingcana.
My name is Mzwandile Gingcana.
I'm from here in George, ndikwalapha eGeorge.
I am a resident of George.
I am ndingusihlalo we-George Initiation Forum.
I am the chairperson of the George Initiation Forum.
I'm also a member of the NRACS.
Ndililungu ke kwakhona le NRACS.
Ngokupheleleyo is a natural resource users groups.
All in all, it's a natural resource users group. It's in its name.
Si yona ifumaneka kwa Cape Nature. I'm one of the committees there.
I'm one of the committee members there in Cape Nature.
And he said, mna into endizawuthetha ngayo kakhulu, ndiba nengxaki ngokuthi kanye aba bantu uzawufuneka be-implementile babe bengekho apha, more especially umasipala.
My problem, as it was said before, is that the municipal officials who are the enforcers are not here with us.
We don't have a George municipality here.
There is no representative from the George municipality.
Asinaye ilando umlo mele ilando district.
No representative from the district.
Garden Road.
Along the Garden Road.
Because xa ndijonga apha ndifunda le bill, whereas ke ndifumene ngexeshana nje elifutshane because ndifumene on Friday isimemo apha.
I had time to look at the bill, although that opportunity was granted to me on Friday.
But then ndafumanisa uba most yento eninzi ekuzawufuneka ingenile apha esize ngayo apha is about umasipala lo uzawufuneka elando implemente izinto ngokwakhe apha kule bill.
I found out that the contents of the bill, at the end of the day, the municipality are the ones who must implement the contents of the bill.
Because thina ngo into ezakwenza sizawusokola because kudala sisiza apha kwi-public hearings umasipala engezi angabi yopart yezi public hearings sibanazo.
Many times we come here, but the municipality is not here, and this thing has been happening for quite some time.
Ndizawucela ke uba at least njengoko iparlament yesesona sigungu isiphezulu ibe nendima edlalayo ukubetha umasipala lo.
Parliament must issue some penalties to the municipalities so that municipalities can learn that issues affecting their communities, they must be present. There must be penalties against the municipalities.
Kukhabela phambili umna ndizuba mde kakhulu because apha size ngozofaka izimvo zethu. Now there's kukho into edibene no National Veldfire Act.
There's something that has to do with National Veldfire Act.
I will support that.
I do support that notion.
And the other thing esicingayo because indaba yelando because njengoba sisebenzisa amahlathi kulwaluko because initiation ulwaluko thina simele ulwaluko.
Many times when we do the initiation rites, we normally perform those rites in the mountains
and the
forests.
And sisebenzisa ihlathi.
We use the forest most of the time.
Siye silando njengoko sikwazile because sidibene ne-Department of Arts and Culture.
We perform those rites in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture.
Sibacele ixesha elide sibacela sibabongoza ukuba sicela izindawo zibiywe.
We've been asking them so that such places they must be fenced so that we can perform those rites.
Njengoko ucebe besuka apha besetshile wathi sisebenzisa imililo kubaswa every day phaya.
If you care to know, when you perform such rites, there must be some fire that is prepared every now and then and every day.
The only thing the Department of Arts and Culture basinika izixhobo without the trainings.
Another thing is that the Department of Arts and Culture, they give us equipment without proper training.
Ezinye zezinto because the only into abazanayo is only the base.
They only give us a base.
Now into endizayicela mna zi-awareness campaign.
All I'm asking for is that let us be offered awareness campaigns
to the communities.
That are directed to the communities.
Kukho ilando because I saw that in kule bill kukho associations nazo ezipart yokucima imililo.
I realize that the bill talks to the associations that must take part in terms of combating fires.
Now sizawucela uba mazibhaliswe.
Those associations must be registered
and mabasupportwe
and be supported.
Kwi-communities zethu kweli cala lethu thina abantu bamnyama asinazo ezo association.
In the black communities, we don't have such establishment of those associations.
But kwi-bill iyathetha uba makube umasipala funeke ezifomishile.
The bill talks to the issue that municipalities must form those associations.
But siye sibe nengxaki ke where it comes ezi zinto ziphinde zize kwangomasipala because iparlamente iza nayo le mithetho but at the end of the day kungabikho monitoring.
Yes, Parliament does establish such bills, but on the side of municipalities, there is no action and there is no monitoring.
Now ke ngoku into endizayicela mna ilando district municipality is the one that is the only because yona inamisebenzi emininzi endicinga uba ingayiyo enokuthi ilando ikwazi uimplementa lena.
District municipalities are at an advantage of implementing these provisions.
But implement through ilando babe resources.
They must be properly resourced.
like example, the tools of trade.
Be given tools of trade.
Mm. And the other thing, we tell us, communities, they must be befundisiwe ngayo yonke lento through those campaigns we are talking about.
Another issue is that the communities must be given educational programs on these issues that are on the bill.
Enye sizayifakelela indaba ye-national committee, ne-provincial committee, ne-local committee.
Another issue is that we must establish a national committee, provincial committee, and a local committee.
Ezawukwazi ukuthi imonitorishe uba ngaba omasipala ne-provinces umsebenzi wabo bayawenza na in terms of ulando protector those wildfires.
That will make an oversight to the municipalities to ensure that municipalities do protect those fire burnings.
The last one, because on this paper, the pink one, on page 7, ibhalwe ngesixhosa lena. I support that because yile ndithetha ngayo yomasipala.
I support clause 7 on the memorandum. That is the issue that I'm talking to.
Okay. Is there other ones there? And then the last one. The last one, I think I agreed with the Veldfire Act. There must be a work with communities.
And ndiyayixhasa ke lambono yoba kufuneke kubekho nabahlali babandakanywe kwezinkqubo zokucima umlilo.
There's a sizawucela nomthetho ukuthi mawuqine eke uimplement.
We would like also the rule of law to be implemented and be strengthened.
Siye sathetha ke no Cape Nature because I'm part of that Cape Nature as a member.
We did have some engagements with the Cape Nature, and luckily I'm also a member of Cape Nature.
Ukhona umuntu ebekhe wathetha ngendaba ye-permit apha.
Someone talked to the issue of permits.
Cape Nature uyazikhupha itender.
Cape Nature does issue out tenders
for ukulando ukukhupha ilando izitshalo ezingafanelekanga ezisithi xa sizibiza zi-alien plants who are causing the wildfires.
so that the alien plants can be taken out which are causing wildfires.
They are already doing now as we speak.
Bayaqhuba njengoba sithetha.
Those bathi bafuna bona i-permit banyanisile, you can't go there because leya Cape Nature is a protected area. Busy nelando ne reserves.
Cape Nature is a protected area that deals with reserves.
Then if umuntu ufuna ungena at Cape Nature and then must go, you get a permit without any delay.
In order to be part and parcel of that, you must definitely get a permit.
Yes. Now, as we speak now, there's people from, I think, from Limpopo.
Sithetha nje kukho abantu abasuka eLimpopo.
Babhizi bazonqanda lemililo izawuvuka ngoku.
They are currently busy looking at any possibility of fire burning that can happen.
Now, working on fire is busy now as we speak.
No, working on fire uxakekile na ujongene nalo meko.
I think I will just stop there, but I will submit my views.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, everyone. Just very quickly, I see we've only got 5 people left, but we have had some requests from other members who are here present, people from the community, just to ask if we can try keep it as short as possible, because some people have to leave and are also still waiting for the lunches. Okay.
Sicela siyapho kufele khona ithole ke bantu bakuthi.
Can I speak? My naam is Justin de Villiers, ek is afkomstig van Nysna. Ek is deel van die Ward 9 en ek is deel van die komitee op Nysna. Justin de Villiers.
My name is Justin de Villiers from Nysna.
Ek is Ward 9.
from Ward 9.
En ek is deel van die komitee is daar.
I'm a member of one of the committees there.
Die issue wat ek het is dat ons praat vandag oor veldbrande.
The issue that I have is today we are talking about veldfires.
Maar die probleem waarmee ek sit is dat ons bly binne 'n DAF in woongebied daar waar ons is.
But the problem I have is that we are staying in a residential area. A residential area.
Wat vir my rede gee is dat ons sit sonder brandblussers, wat ook deel is in van 'n gevaar en wat 'n risiko is in vir ons.
We are staying in an area without fire extinguishers, which is a very danger and a risk to us.
Ja, en dis vir my 'n probleem, van as ons net praat oor veldbrande en ons praat nie oor dit wat 'n risiko in vir jou kan wees nie, dan kan dit môre oormôre op iets anders uitloop. Dis hoekom
the problem that I have is that we are talking about veldfires. We are not addressing or talking about the issues that can be a risk to us that can lead to something else tomorrow or after tomorrow.
Ja, as ek net kan aanhaal is dat ons was 'n Safkol woongebied in destyds. Ons is nou MTO op hierdie huidige oomblik.
If I can go to, we used to be a Safkol area, and now we are MPO.
Ja, as dat baie dinge het verander tydens in Safkol en MTO.
Many things took place between Safkol and MTOs.
As ons kyk na groot maatskappye en organisasies binne die stakeholders afdeling.
If you look on big companies within the stakeholders division,
ons kyk na organisasies en ons kyk na maatskappye met stakeholders by. Stakeholders praat van die belegging en investment binne in 'n maatskappy.
We talk about the organization, and then we talk about the company and those stakeholders. Some of them will talk about the investment.
Ja, as ek net kan voortgaan is dat wat gebeur is dat destyds was daar baie minder in brandgevare aan die kant van Nysna.
What happens there in those days that there were very few fire incidents in Nysna.
Van daar was sportsgeriewe, daar was aktiwiteite in wat plaasvind in die tyd wat ons in by Safkol ingewees het.
Because there were sports activities and very other activities which were for the community.
Maar nou wys statistieke is dat die brandgevare wat ons het en die veldbrande wys is dat baie kere word brande aangesteek in deur kinders.
What we have noticed that there's many incidents that took place with fires. Sometimes the fires happened through the children who starts the fire.
En nou is my vraag is dat ryk maatskappye uit na skole toe. Ryk organisasies uit na skole toe om kinders bewus te maak.
What now we wish should happen that rich companies and rich organizations goes to schools.
Ja, om hulle bewus te maak van veldbrande en die gevare daarvan.
To make our children aware of the danger of the fires.
En ek dink dit is wat ons system in begin lek. Dis hoekom ons so baie veldbrande het.
That's what is lacking in our system. That's why we have a lot of fires.
Maar nou sê dit is dat die president gaan aankondig.
Now it says that the president has to go to announce.
Ja. Wanneer daar hoë brandgevare is, mag geen een 'n vuur maak nie. Maar nou vra ons weer is Okay. Nou sê die president is dat wanneer daar 'n hoë brandgevare is, mag geen een 'n buite vuur maak nie.
Now the president announces that when there's a
Minister.
Excuse me.
Okay, the minister announced that you mustn't make fires in
The minister announces that we should not make fires that is very high.
Ja, en die probleem waarmee ons sit is dat ons kry load shedding. Ons kry
the problem that we are faced with is that we encounter load shedding.
Ten tweedens is dat sommige mense en het die elektrisiteit nie. Nou Frans is dat.
Okay, hold that down. And secondly, now some people don't have electricity.
Nou Frans, hoe maak sommige mense wat nie elektrisiteit het nie?
Now the question we ask ourselves, how do those people who don't have electricity survive?
Ja, en as dit load shedding is, jy miskien nie 'n gasbottel van jouself nie. Hoe maak jy dan?
And when there's no load shedding and you don't even possess a gas bottle, what are you going to do?
Ja, dis my vraag in wat ek het. En tweedens is dat om vuur te beklei is 'n hoë risiko.
That's the question that I have. And secondly, that to fight a fire is a very high risk.
En daarom wil ek net vra is dat as jy miskien 'n vuur beklei binne 'n maatskappy.
Now what I want to ask is that if you fight fire within the company,
is daar 'n gevaartoelaag aan verbonde.
there is a danger allowance attached.
Van is dat jy risk jou lewe wanneer dit kom in by 'n vuur.
Because you put your life in danger when it comes to a fire.
By that I raise my point.
That is my point. I rest my case.
Molweni ndiyabulisa.
Greetings.
Ndiyabulisa kwabangaphambili.
Greetings to the
Ndiyabulisa
panel
bonke abantu baseParlamente abavela eParlamente.
and all the people from Parliament
Aba basizisele umsebenzi omhle.
who brought and presented to us such a beautiful and good work.
Uba masizochaza izikhalazo zethu kubo.
That we should come and present our case to them.
Mna ndimele amafama ndingumfama waseThembalethu United Farmers.
I'm representing the Thembalethu United Farmers and I'm a member of those farmers.
Ifama thina sazifumana ngo-99 nge-26 zikaFebruwari.
We acquired our farms in 26 February in 1999.
Oh, discuss. Oh, igama lam ndingunozililo Ketso.
My name is Nozililo Ketso.
Ndingomnye ke owamafama ngapha emafameni.
I'm one of the farmers.
Ngoku njengoba sizifumene ngo-99 le mihlaba yethu sayinikwa nguMinister uLambifiki imihlaba.
We acquired our farms, or the land that we farm on in 99 through the Minister Lamifik.
Imihlaba yethu ayiqhubekeki yayiqhubekeka ngoko.
Our land is not progressive. It used to be progressive then.
Imihlaba yethu sicela amacingo ugovernment asincede ngamacingo njoba belapha nje bazofuneka besincedile ngamacingo sicela amacingo sicela namanzi.
We request that our farmers piece of land be fenced, and that's the plea that we want to put in front of you as the government. And furthermore, we request that we also be provided with water.
Ndingumama olimayo ndifuna ukulima ngoba phana ndandineenkomo ndinehagu zabiwa zonke kodwa into ezikhoyo ziinkomo inkomo zona ndisenazo ndifuna umhlaba ndifuna ubuyelelwa.
I'm a plowing woman. I want to plow. I used to farm on livestock as well. I used to have cattle and pigs. All the pigs were stolen, but I still have some of the cattle. So I want my piece of land to be fenced.
Singama 29 farmers.
We are 29 farmers.
Ke ngoku siyacela kugovernment ubugovernment asincede azosibuyelela amafama wethu sifuna ulima sizokwazi ukuthi sicreate imisebenzi. Mna ndifuna ulima itapile ngoba ndiyazazi kwitapile nxa ziyi100 bags ifi 100,000 yonke leyo.
We want to plow our land, and we wish that government should come and fence our land so that we can continue and do what we do best, because I want to be a farmer who lives on plowing potatoes. I know if you have 100 bags, that's
100,000.
That's 100,000.
Yes.
That you can get as a profit.
Siyacela kuni otata nomama bavele eParliament ababasuka
We are
eParliament
pleading with you as the women and men from Parliament.
ngoba ku2020 sasise Mossel Bay
In
ndandithetha olhlobo.
In 2020, we were in Mossel Bay. I had the same plea.
Undithetha olu hlobo ndithi ndicela uba masizoncedwa.
I appealed to that panel on that day that we request that they should please come to our rescue.
Ngoba i-farming iyasinceda sifuna ukcreate nemisebenzi sithathe abantwana beze emsebenzini bazosebenza abantwana. Ndingumama ongenandoda, imosti yethu asinawo otata, siyazilimela.
We want to, I'm a woman who's dealing with plowing. I want our children to come from school and get some employment and start working on the farm. I'm a woman who's a single parent, so I want to please get assistance so that I can continue with what I know best.
Sincedeni bethunana ngoba isasinazo izinto ngapha ya eplasini nemibani yayikhona yakhutshwa imibani yabiwa yonke.
Please help us. We used to have electricity in that farm, but that was stolen or damaged, so we no longer have that electricity.
Ngoba ayikho enye into singayenza ngaphandle kwe-farming.
There's nothing else we can do without farming.
Siyasokola ngoba imisebenzi ayikho.
There's no employment.
Abantwana bethu sifuna beze bazosebenza nathi apha ezifameni
We want the
zethu.
children to come and work with us in our farms.
Ndingavuya ke nxa ningenza njalo nithi njoba nilapha nje ithi kanti anizanga zasixokisa.
I'll be happy that you will help us as you are here. You are not just coming here and give us lip service.
Ithi kanti
Sorry,
nizothetha inyani kuthi.
Sorry, Ms. Luketso, can we just ask if you can just wrap up your last few thoughts
Kumbela kaloku
quickly?
uthetheza ungekazithethe izinto susiphinde sozithethile.
Okay. Uthetha kakhulu. Enkosi ndiyabulela.
Thank you.
Ndiyabulela asinawo ibithi kanti ngiqinisekile.
I wish you that you are very serious with this program.
Mandibulise ke nam kwigqiza likarhulumente elilapha ngaphambili.
Greetings to the delegation from the government here in front of us.
Ndiphinde ke ndibulise nakuwo wonke umuntu okhoyo apha kweli holo.
And greetings to everyone present here.
Igama lam ndingumbuyiseli Guilford kaSihoyiya.
I'm Mbuyiseli Guilford Sihoyiya.
Andizuba mde njengoko ke ebesecelile utata apha phambili.
I won't be long as the honorable members have already requested.
Andizuphinda izinto
I
esezithethiwe
won't repeat
ebendizawuthetha
I won't
nam.
echo what has been already said.
Ndizawungqala ngqo kulo mthetho because into esizele apha kuzokwenza isihlomelo. Hayi kuzofakelela ezinye izinto but ukuthetha ngesihlomelo.
I'll go direct to this legislation because the intention or the process is the amendment of this legislation.
Ukwamke ukuba mna njengenkokheli.
Mine is that I as a leader,
ndingathi hayi ndiyawuvuma lo mthetho.
I might say yes, I support this legislation.
Kodwa ke ndibe ndiyinkokheli yabantu ndingazimelanga.
But on the other side, I should bear in mind that I'm a leader of a community. I'm not my own person.
Loo nto ke ithi ndisenokuthi xa ndibuyela kwaba bantu ndibakhokheleyo.
That will mean when I go back to those people,
babuze ukuba uvume njani ungakhange uqale uve izimvo zethu ngalomthetho.
they might confront me as to why did you support without getting our views with regard this amendment.
Kukoko ke ndicinga uba indlela ekwenziwe ngayo okanye iprocedure ayikho correct.
That's why I'm of the view that the procedure that you followed is not correct.
I think i-starting point bekufanele uba uqale kwaconsultwa i-organization okanye abahlali ekuhlaleni.
I think the starting point was supposed to be that you consulted the organizations or the community members.
so that thina size apha noluvo lweorganization okanye uluvo lwabahlali.
So that when we come here, we come with the view of the organization or the view of the community.
Khona ngoku kwathina lo mgaqo ohlonyelwayo siufumana ngoku xa sifika apha kweli holo.
Because even some of us, this documentation of this legislation, we even got it only when we arrived in this venue.
Ngoku ke ndizawutsho njani ukuba ndiyawamkela kodwa nam ndiwufumene apha.
And now how will I say I support it or not after receiving it just here?
Ewe ke ndingathi I browse through mna as individual kuwo.
Yes, I might say I as an individual, I browsed it through.
Laa nto ke bendiyithetha uba mna njengesiqu ndingathi hayi ndiyawuqonda ndiyawunderstanda kodwa njengoba ndimele abantu ndizawuba nengxaki ukuthi ndiyawamkela.
That's why I said, as I stand here, I represent the people. I have a problem to say, yes, I support.
Hence therefore ndithi ke mna ke andiwuxhasi lo mthetho.
Yes, therefore, I'm saying I don't support this legislation.
Ndiyabulela.
Thank you.
Mandibulise. Ndibulise kwinkokheli zemveli ezikhoyo. Ndibulise kumalungu eParliament lapha. Ndibulise kumuntu wonke olapha.
Greetings to the committee, greetings to the traditional leaders, and greetings to the fellow South Africans who are here.
Mna ndingubathini kaMalobola igama.
My name is Batini Malobola.
Ndiphuma kuNAFU, National African Farmers Union.
I am coming from NAFU, National African Farmers Union.
No thina siyawusupporta lo mthetho singuNAFU.
As NAFU, we support the bill.
Kodwa sinamasolotsha efuneke siwachongile.
But on the other hand, we do have some clauses that we need to look to.
Enga angaqiniswa.
Those clauses actually must be, there must be some corrections in those clauses or be strengthened or be armed.
Apa isikakhulu sikhuthaza isolotsha ili lithi makubekho ezikomiti or associations.
We do agree with the notion of forming associations in these clauses.
Kodwa ezi associations funeke zisiqale ephondweni zizotsho kwi-local.
These associations must start being established from the province and trickle down to the local communities.
Zibe negunya, zibe namagunya uqinisekisa into yokuba abe inxalenye yokwenza istrategy sokulwa umlilo.
They must be part and parcel of the strategy of firefighting.
Kodwa xa zivonyishwa izinto singavi kuthiwa into eyenzekayo apha kweliphondo nalapha eChurch uyuthi xa uphakamela ezinye izinto kuthiwa kuthethiwe neforum ungazazi ezi forum bezenziwe phi bezenziwe njani.
Sometimes when you raise certain issues in places like George, they say no, there's a particular forum. Then when you find out that you don't know even when that forum was formed.
Kubalekile ke xa kusenziwe nominations for as forums publishwe so that wonke umuntu wabe kuthini uzibonile uthe ingakumbi kubantu abasondelene nazo.
When these forums are established, the process must be transparent so that everyone must be part and parcel of that.
Kwezi forum ufana ukuthi siyazi into yokuba zikhona i-representatives karhulumente, zikhona i-representatives abasebenzi, osomashishini kwakunye nabahlali.
These forums must represent workers, the business, and also the people from the communities. There must be proper representation of all the stakeholders.
ingakumbi kurhulumente xa zayo aze nabantu kwezi forum abanamagunya ukuthatha izinqumo.
And when government forms these associations or forums, there must be people who have got the authority to take proper decisions.
Xa unojonga eliphondo nale region imililo ifika ngamaxesha amaninzi.
If you look at the demographics of this region, you do have some fire burnings now and again.
Kwezi forum ke kufuneke libe khona unxibelelwano ngakumbi kwi-department zika-government no-municipality.
When you establish such associations, there must be proper communication between government departments.
Thina njengamafama akhasayo singabantu abakhuphisana nokuhlala malunga nendawo zohlala ufumaniseke into yokuba le ndawo ngoku yeyamafama kukhuhlutwa ukuba naba bangenazindawo ba-end apha betheni bezofaka amanxiwa wawo ukuthi mabafihle intloko.
As emerging farmers, there is a huge competition amongst us because we fight along the spaces because everyone must have a proper space to do his or her own business.
No, mhlekazi ndithi siphikisana nabantu abafuna indawo zokuhlala.
Oh yes, we are in disagreement with those people who want to have spaces to stay.
There's this thing ukuthi sifuna mhlekazi so yeah kukho abandluvayo kwezi ndawo zifama kuzo.
Or there are those people who live illegally where we are farming.
Abona ke ezikomiti funeke ziqinisekise into yokuba kwiindawo zamafama zikhuselekile zisafety zibiyelwe amafama akhasa ingakumbi kumafama akhasayo amanzi because xa sizawulwa
these associations must ensure that the farming areas of the emerging farmers are totally protected.
Xa sizawulwa nokucima umlilo kuye kuze abantu umzekelo abantu bayazihambela bokuzenzela into zabo baenda apha bethini bengena kwalapha ezifameni zethu betshisa.
And when in the process of stopping these fire burnings, we found out that there are those intruders who come and cause these fires.
Ezi forum funeke ziqinisekise into yokuba wonke ubani ochaphazeleka kumlilo unazo zonke izinto zokulwa umlilo.
These associations must make sure that every stakeholder is given equipment in order to fight the fire burnings.
Andikakazuyeka mhlekazi. Andikakazuyeka. Into enhle ngalomthetho kukuthi wonke ubani olwa umlilo apha Western Cape sibonile ngo2016 xa kusitsha.
In the Western Cape we witnessed many fire burnings.
Ingakumbi ngela xesha bekuvutha kwelicala loManise na George kule region yethu.
Especially in this region of Nice and George.
Indlela esibone ngayo isupport kumacala onke kurhulumente nabamhlophe nakuzoshishino.
We got the support from all stakeholders from the white community, business community and so on.
Kodwa ufumaniseke into yokuba indlela echazwa ngayo le disaster naxa kutshe amatyotyomba ayi-20 ufumaniseke into yokuba uncedo luphuma ku-private ku-Olmutual Vodacom lube luninzi kweli xesha bekuchaphazeleke uhlanga oluthile kodwa xa kusitshaya amatyotyomba atsha every day kude kutshe na-20 na-30 asifumane esi support singaka.
When the informal settlements are experiencing fire burnings, we don't get properly support. But now when certain races are affected by fires, they get support from private companies like Vodacom, Olmutual and so on.
And ke ngoku ufumaniseke into yokuba naxa phindwa abantu kuthiwa mabalungiselele into yokuba mabahlale abayonxalenye yale nto.
When the people are integrated, they are not part of the process.
So kufuneke ke ngoku from kwi-planning nakwi-implementation ezi forums bekhona enkosi.
From the planning phase and the implementation phase, these associations must be included.
ndithathe elithuba ndibulise leadership from Parliament.
Let me take this opportunity to greet the committee from Parliament.
In a special greetings kukhomisa uCommander uComrade Nazili ndibulise indlu yonke.
My special greetings go to Commander Nazir and also to our people at large.
Umna ndizoraiza igama lam ndinguLuyanda Nombula. I'm from Elenduzeni, Plettenberg Bay.
My name is Luyanda Nombula from Plettenberg Bay.
Kule issue le nantsika yomlilo ndizoraisa point whereby in the city into banga at least national government mayisenzele i-opportunities singabantu abatsha in terms of bayenze i-delivering yelentuza ye-learnership kwakunye ne-internship ezizawuconnecta consideration ukufundisa abantu about i-risk le yomlilo.
My request actually is that the national government, the department at the national level, must provide us, especially the young people, with learnerships and other programs so that we can be involved in this area of firefighting.
Mayiphinde ito prioritize into yokwenza i-connection relationship ye-stakeholders sakwa Department of Education, because as I see apha ngaphakathi abantu abatsha banantsikile bancinci and le information discuss apha is a very important information ekubalulekileyo into bangaba ispreadelwe abantu abatsha ukwenzela uba in future ba understand how to prevent le issue yomlilo.
I totally encourage the partnership that must be done with the Department of Education, because as I look around, there are few young people here, whereas it is very imperative for them to get in such programs of stopping fires.
If it's possible, siyacela iParliament isenzele ikomiti whereby lo committee leyo izawumonitorisha isupervise indlela umasipala aqasha ngayo, because kukho ii-issues whereby ufumanise kuba even kwakwezi Department of Ilenduza i-fire station kugcwele abantu abadala, unqualified people, while kukhona young people ezingaphangeliyo eziqualified.
My other suggestion is that the Parliament or the Portfolio Committee at the national level must encourage the establishment of a committee that will monitor the work done in the firefighting stations, because there are few young people there. Therefore, my suggestion is that there must be young people who are vibrant, who are equally to the task, because many times you find elderly people who are lazy who are working there.
Particularly in Plettenberg Bay.
Especially in Plettenberg Bay.
Sine issue whereby sine police station encinci, while kukhona ilenduza i-development of i-community.
The other
discovering into bangaba le police station ayikwazi accommodate the entire community. Amapolisa phangela pha ambalwa. So we are pleading i-Committee of Parliament ukuba isincede ngokuya ePlettenberg Bay iyo supervisor la police station as part of a stakeholder sale committee.
I encourage the Committee of Parliament to go and do oversight in Plettenberg Bay, because the police station there is very small, whereas the community is very large. Therefore, I encourage the committee to go and monitor for itself that situation.
Comrade leadership, promotion of ECWP. Sicela ni to prioritize because kule cadres deployment yenzekayo eSouth Africa you discover into bangaba xa ndingena as imeya ndingena ndichintshe ilentuza imanagement yakwa CWP kuba mna ndiyimeya ndiphethe at least xa kunongenelela iprovince izinto at least perhaps zingasharp please.
Would like the province to actually intervene in certain areas because we find out that this process involves a lot of cadre deployment, and as a result, when a particular municipal manager comes, there is some certain criteria that he uses. Therefore, there must be some intervention.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Smith, where are you? Just come to the fore quickly and deal with the issues as raised. But as and when he's coming, I think some people didn't understand what are we trying to do with this bill. Especially, there was an issue of whether traditional and Khoisan leaders are trained. We are making the bill in order to get you trained so that you can become law enforcers. And there will be budgetary, there will be money budgeted to that so that whoever is expected to implement the law will do that. And then the other critical provision that we thought people will understand, especially when we put the definitions, was to empower both the traditional and the Khoisan leadership so that they become enforcers of the law of this act. Because in the past, prior to this act, in the old regime, traditional authorities had powers to do that. That's why you had all these, we used to call them Veld what, those guys who will then, Veld rangers. Yeah, who will then tell you not to cut this type of trees. And once you are found with wet wood, you know you will be arrested and pay a fine. And then the traditional leaders at the time had that powers. So this is the other issue that we said we are going to empower the traditional and Khoisan leaders. And then the other issue, this act, it's an act that has been sitting with the executive for some time prior to President Ramaphosa signing off the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. Hence you see, when this act was done at the first time consulted, they used the old Framework Act. And then I recall exactly in my first public participation in Free State, we raised this thing to say there's reference to a wrong act here. It should be the TKLA. But at that time, it was already on our side. These are the issues that we've noted. We're going to update so that it refers to the TKLA. And then there's concern with regard to paragraph, the legal opinion that we get from the state law advisor, paragraph 9.12. This paragraph is an opinion written to us as we've seen in terms of on the bill. To say, and the memorandum is a memorandum, it's not the actual bill itself. And then indeed, maybe the confusion is here, people don't understand when they are saying this, they are of the opinion that it's not necessary that the bill must be referred to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership in terms of. So when you read that, don't read this thing alone. You need to read also what Section 39 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leaders says. That's why it is cross-reference. And it also says Read what section 154(2) of the Constitution says. And then this is very true what they are writing here to say this bill does not contain provisions pertaining to traditional or Khoisan communities or pertaining to customary law and customs. This is a general bill that cut across. It has got the issue that we consult everybody because this is the law. But it has got nothing to do with your custom. This has got nothing to do with your customary law. This is the law of general application. It cut across. This law applies to everybody. That was the rationale behind that. Because on matters that affect your tradition, like say for instance, we're dealing with the initiation law. You know? That's where now this bill, the bill was supposed to be transferred to yourself because we know you are the custodian, you are the customary holders of this particular school, initiations, yourselves as well as traditional healers association. You were going to be included in that. So here is the law that applies across everybody. That's the rationale. There are laws that are structured that had to be specifically referred. That's why the National House is recognized. There's a house in Parliament that deals with that. Any matters that concerns yourself, they are going to be dealt with. I hope that suffice and explain the reason why the legal advisor was saying to that effect. What is critical in this bill is the definitions wherein we've included yourself. Because in the current Principal Act, you are not included as traditional leaders, as Khoisan leaders. But with this amendment, we are trying to include you so that you are empowered. Whenever you see somebody burning a matlat, you must come in, you must arrest, then you'll be trained. There will be training. The reason why we cannot just enact a law, then it doesn't come with financial resources. Because we are doing that so that we can have collective responsibility. You know our bushes are diminishing one by one. There's issues of climate change now. Then if we don't protect our biodiversity, we don't protect our trees, we don't protect our environment, you know what's going to happen. That's why now, here, it's going to be an offense should you drop a piece of cigarette like this friend of mine who smokes a lot, and then you burn the fire. The traditional leader, the Khoisan leader, must be able to apprehend this man and then get him through the system. You know, that's the rationale behind this. It's not about powers. People shouldn't feel that. That's the reason why we even invited you to the meeting, because we are all including you with every stakeholder. But you realize that we recognize yourselves because we know you are the institution of Khoisan leadership. We didn't introduce other people who are in the meeting, you know that. But we took pains to acknowledge you because we know you are leaders at your own right. So I hope that then clears the confusion that is not there. That's not there. And then, yes, the beauty of public consultations, we are not saying agree with us. You know consultation. Consultation doesn't mean consensus. And that's why I emphasized earlier to say, feel free to express your views. Isn't that this is democracy in action? Every view matter. You might object, you don't object, as long as we've noted. But the beauty about it, the majority of the people in this house said, we are supporting the bill. And then we feel, also where we are seated now, we feel, we have reached out everybody to be able to make a decision to say, this is how this bill must be structured. And I must say, out of people who were here today, there were some of you who raised some very, very constructive value inputs. And I must say, we're empowered. And then it will assist us a great deal to enhance this law. Because I should believe out of all these processes, we've been doing this for the past 6 months. We started in May. We've met people in South Africa. But the beauty about it, we targeted you who are fire risk prone areas. Those of you who are mainly affected by Veld fires. And then I should think where we are now, we are very much happy that we got a thumbs up that this bill must be enacted into law, and this is what we are going to do, but my colleague will deal with that. That's the issue that I wanted to clarify. And the other issue that I wanted to clarify, when we're saying we are consulting, we're not doing it as a malicious act to say the law says we must consult. That's why all of us here, we've brought a team of support staff there. It's a lot of them. Parliament has given us a lot of resources to that effect because we understood, all of us seated in front here, we are your representatives. Whatever decisions we take there, seated in Parliament, it should be in the best interest of yourselves. Because we are there, we are your eyes, we are your ears, and then though you have said this, whatever we do, whatever we're going to do, we are going to legislate in your best interest. So that's it. Because I should think all of us, we are concerned about what is happening in our country, wherein our vegetation is being destroyed left and right. I've been to Zambia recently. You see, colleagues, I see the way they are protecting their vegetation. It's so nice because they've got laws that regulate that. And this is what we want to achieve. Mr. Smith, I think I've covered most of your issues. Just deal with those technical issues so that we can come to an end.
Good afternoon. Am I edible? I'm edible. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. My name is Winston Smith, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, involved with Veld fires. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable members, traditional leaders, and the community. Ek het 'n keuse, ek kan of Afrikaans praat, dan het ek 'n tolk nodig vir Xhosa, of ek kan Engels praat en ek het ook 'n tolk nodig vir Xhosa. So, Engels. Okay. English, okay.
It's a senior official in the Department of Forestry and Fishery and Environment. Seemingly, they don't want you to prat Afrikaans because you are the son of the soil. He's from this province, though he works in Pretoria. So they want to hear you in Engels to cut the story short. Prat Engels, as I believe.
Thanks for the confidence. I think let's just start by saying this act, the purpose of the act is to prevent Veld fires and to combat it. And in that, this act, one should not read by its own. There's other acts that's supporting this. You look at the Fire Brigade Act, the Municipal Act, the Water Act. They all form a collective to protect the environment, to protect our lives. And this act is only dealing with the area outside the city, outside the town, and outside industrial areas. So it's basically, which we all say in layman's terms, it's dealing with the rural areas. And another important part of this act, it's applied to all people outside of the city, all landowners. Now, if you've got a small farm, this law is applicable to you. But what this law also then allows us is that landowners can come together and form a fire protection association, which we call FPAs. And that is regulated by Chapter 2 of the Act, how to apply, how to register, what is the constitution, and then the minister will then give you this certificate to say you're an FPA. But one of the critical parts is an FPA is for a given area, and any member, it's not an exclusive club. Once an FPA has been registered in an area, anybody can join that FPA. I think you sometimes miss that point. It's not an old boys club. So everybody can belong, but the FPA's got quite a number of, under the Act, a couple of rules that it must apply to. And that FPA, the rules also, there's also rules applicable to the department. So one of the critical ones that the FPA must do, it must develop a fire management plan for the area. You say, where's the risk, what needs to be done, and then the FPA also then do training, and then advise of what equipment is needed. But that is both, because it's doing that for its members. So what I would urge is, one can join the FPA, or you as a landowner can do those duties on your own. If one then look at on the FPA, is that in this area, the chief fire officer, I don't know whether he's still here, they belong to the FPA. And what the FPA rules say is, if there's a chief fire officer, that individual becomes the fire protection officer of the area, and they belong then to the FPA. So the FPA and the municipality is then integrated, and they work together. And under FPA, you also then find the disaster management people, officials also participating there, the fire brigade participating there. So it's a very strong entity, which I believe one have to support, because they've got, most of the time they've got the expertise to assist. What for me is, and the chair mentioned previously, is that this act now for the first time recognized the role of traditional leaders. This FPA I was talking about now, the traditional leaders and the municipality can also form an FPA, can have their rules, can have their obligations, what need to be done. And this bill is now making provision for that. There's a process that one have to follow to become an FPA, but it's there. And when you, as a traditional leader, then form an FPA, you appoint a fire protection officer, and that person can then enforce the act. Power to seize, arrest, and that. And for that, the department will then provide the training, accredited training, and I must admit it's actually quite tough. Training 3 weeks of, for example, Criminal Procedure Act. When can you arrest? What's the right of the people? So we can't just nilly-willy arrest. We need to know the law, and that's that we will give. And we'll give you an identity card that people can know that you've got the right. If somebody starts a fire, you can arrest. If there's a fire and you believe you have to enter the building to protect lives, you can enter. So, and that is now being also now made provision as a traditional leader, to the traditional leaders. It was absent in the act. And for me, that is the biggest improvement on the bill. There was also issues raised about initiation and fires. What this bill now make provision is, in the past, when the fire danger rating is high, it's a warm, hot day, you can't make a fire. But now the bill says there's exceptions. You can now make a fire, but the exception is you need now to consult with the FPA so they can see whether it's in a mountain, an open field, do we have enough protection? Okay. Is it better now? See? Yeah. So the Act now makes provision for exceptions. So where you can, for example, have initiation schools and you want to make a fire, let's talk with the FPA, and they will say, let's safeguard the area. And so that's also a great provision in accompanying people for initiation and also other land users, that you can make fire when the fire danger rating is high. If one then further look into the Act is that, and I just, okay. If one further look into the Act is that the institutions and the equipment and all that, one need to make sure that we do the necessary things to prevent a fire. And lastly is we, in the Western Cape, we are approaching the fire season. It's going to be hot, dry, windy, especially here from February onwards. We know the danger signs of fires, and I think we have to be vigilant. Fire starts with me as an individual. I light a fire, and what I always say is don't light the fire in anger, because the damages thereafter you cannot control. Because fire starts with me, I must be in control. If I can't control of a fire, then I must know the consequences can be bad. So for this fire season, what I urge you is that be safe and don't start a fire that you cannot control. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everyone. Greetings to the traditional leaders. I know that the time now is almost 3:10, and some of you have been here early, 9 o'clock. We apologize for keeping you. However, we had to listen to every one of you. Mine is to just explain the way forward. As this committee, we have listened to all your submissions, and we will invite the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment to respond to all the submissions. I'm not sure whether you are comfortable with me speaking English. Do you also need an interpreter? Oh, you are fine, okay. Okay, following that, we will therefore deliberate on the contents of the bill, taking into account all your submissions. And after that, committee will draft and adopt a report and debate it in the National Assembly. Subsequent to that, the bill will be referred to National Council of Provinces to embark on their legislative process. And thereafter, it will be sent to the President to assent and also to become a law. That is the process that is going to follow after this public hearing. We have been in 8 provinces, as the chairperson has mentioned. This is the last province, and you are the last community that we have consulted. We thank all of you for your inputs. Indeed, you have raised very important and valuable inputs. We appreciate that, and we appreciate your patience. You sat here, you did not cause any havoc. We appreciate that, and we thank you. Lastly, Chair, before I sit down, I want to share special gratitude to our chairperson of the committee. Thank you, Chair, for being such a wonderful leader. You know, seated here, we are representatives from different political parties. But I can tell you, you will never see that when it comes to this committee. You will never see that you are representing DA, EFF, ANC. We are a united force because there's only one agenda that brought us together, is to serve our communities. And I can tell you, if it was not for her, we would not have been this united. We thank you, Chairperson. You really, we have learned a lot from you. We have learned a lot from you. I'm so emotional. I'm really so emotional because the Chairperson is going to leave us as this committee. So I just felt that I have to say these words. We really appreciate it. We thank also the parliamentary staff that bared with us, that worked with us. I know that the road has not been smooth, it has been bumpy, but they were patient. All of you, parliamentary staff coming from your respective departments, we appreciate your patience. We really thank you, and also this community. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gancho. Mr. Smith, we have been together throughout all these provinces, and the colleagues, you have been a great support structure. Thank you so much. Can I single out the following officials? Not to say that the others are not important. Nozuko, Priscilla, Zoleka in absentia, Lindy, Babalwa, King, Masitlole, Anele, Chileka and Tantla. Whom did I miss? All of you, ne? Yeah, I want to thank you so much. I know what we've been doing over the last 6 months. It's a lot of work, and the quality of work that you're going to produce is dependent on you. And we know, given your level of commitment, we're going to produce the best quality product that will change the lives of our ordinary people. Dion and team. I'm singling you out, Dion, because you have been a consistent person. And the others, there are so many. We have moved around dangerous situations. You know, area South Africa, it's terrible when it comes to crime. I want to thank all of you, the Protection Services team, that you have been with us, including the colleagues, the SAPs in the various provinces. Our PCS team, the communication team, broadcasting, branding, everyone there, the team from languages. What were we going to do without you? Because Parliament is about access and it's about the languages that the people speak. We want to thank you all and to thank you, the people of George. You know what struck me? We've been throughout these provinces, colleagues, and this is our last one. We're ending it on a very high note. Your inputs were heartwarming, valuable inputs, and you tolerated each other such that you deserve a round of applause. And also look at the time. I still think this is the longest public hearing we've ever held. And you are so disciplined, and I want to thank you for that. The guys from Protection Services, they're there, Dion and team there at the back. They will share with you how are you going to get your refreshments as you are going home. And then we want to thank you all for coming. Sunday is a very important day to everyone, but you have made your time to be working on fire. You have been our critical stakeholder throughout. Thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned.